I would request everyone for a round of applause, please. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this remarkable occasion at India Pavilion at VivaTech 2023, one of the largest technology and innovation events in the world. India's technology and entrepreneurial landscape is well known globally. At VivaTech, India came in 2021 with our Honorable Prime Minister's virtual address, and then in 2022 as the first country of the year. Today, as we open the doors to the India Pavilion, we not only unveil a physical space, but also present to you a gateway to the vibrant ecosystem of India innovation. To grace this auspicious occasion, we are privileged to have with us our esteemed dignitaries who have been instrumental in shaping India's journey towards technological excellence. Please welcome our esteemed guests of honor, His Excellency Mr. Javed Ashraf and Mr. Maurice Levy. We have a small inaugural video to launch the India Pavilion. Requesting the team to please play the video.
India, the first country of the year at VivaTech 2022, is back again with its revolutionizing digital prowess. India is transforming lives of its 1.4 billion citizens
Beautiful launch of it.
through technology and innovation at an unprecedented scale and speed. A global powerhouse of digitalization, world's largest producer of tech talent, world's second largest pool of AI talent, leading sovereignty, Atmanirbharta, and resilience through a solid digital infrastructure, a feverish pace of startup innovation, which is inclusive, sustainable, and futuristic, largest, free, open, democratic, and empowering. Digital public infrastructure is reshaping governance, is promoting inclusion, is advancing world's largest real-time digital payment system, prioritizing privacy, improving health, education, welfare, and business. Digital is a key pillar of strategic partnership between India and France. In a rapidly evolving world, sets us on an ambitious path to a relationship based on mutual trust, solidarity, and shared values. 75 years young, New India is on a fast track. India is at VivaTech again.
Now, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Javed Ashraf, Ambassador of India to France and Monaco. Under his guidance, India has been participating in Viva Technology since the last 2 years. I would now invite him to please address the audience.
Well, thank you. First of all, let's give Mr. Maurice Levy a big round of applause. For 3 reasons. One is VivaTech is his vision and his idea. In the course of 7 years, it has become Europe's largest digital startup and technology fair, and today one of the most important, one of the largest in the world. Second is his passion for India. It's his drive that has enabled us also to take VivaTech with that level of seriousness that it deserves. And the third is that he has, in a sense, always anticipated what are the next big steps in the rapidly evolving digital world. And you see that in the main themes of VivaTech every year. This year, we have a number of themes, and one that stands out is artificial intelligence and its almost limitless areas of application. VivaTech has become a very important platform for India and France also to speak about the digital partnership. And I can tell you that his personal interest is the reason why he has left 1,000 other demands on his time on the first morning to be here. And we really want to thank you for joining us this morning. This year, I must tell you that we almost didn't participate. I think Delhi, everyone was so preoccupied with G20. And yesterday at the G20 Development Ministers meeting, we had some very significant digital outcomes. But it took an email from him for me to, exercise the nuke option, literally, go right to the top and say we need to be present here. So we are here today in a very compressed time frame. I think visa applications are still being processed in Delhi for many of our startups. But we are able to put together this pavilion, again, in a matter of just 10 days. And we are happy to tell you that there are 65 Indian startups representing 15 different verticals: clean tech, deep tech, cyber tech, health tech, aerospace, agri-tech, robotics, defense, fintech, of course, then, of course, the digital public infrastructure, where India is a leader, and in space of new building and construction material, and so on and so forth. I wanted to say that why is VivaTech important for India? And I think you should recognize that in the multipolar world that is evolving, the old continent, Europe, has really awakened. And I am confident that Europe is going to become a major tech hub of the world. It always was. I think we forget internet's beginnings in France. We forget how much of the innovation and deep innovation has come out of Europe, and in particular in France. And in the last 2-3 years, I've seen a new sense of purpose. You've heard Minister just now speak about sovereignty. He spoke about sustainability. He spoke about innovation and how Europe, and in particular France, is leading the process in many ways. You will see the President make some announcements this afternoon. But what is important really is that I see in France under President Macron an extraordinary vision about the future anchored in artificial intelligence, in deep tech, in the transformative power of technology, which is important for economic reasons, but also for our sovereignty, our leadership. And it is because of this that Europe has a new drive. If we are not present here, we will be missing on a great story that is unfolding in Europe. We will be missing a great opportunity for our startups over here. And whenever I speak to the big tech here in France, and I've just yesterday was speaking to the CEO or president of the space agency, CNES. He's just come back from India. And he was talking about the need to bring the space startups ecosystems of the two countries together. He is absolutely impressed with what he's seeing there. When I speak to LVMH or Alstom or to Schneider, to banks, they all want to connect with the Indian startups. They all want to tap into this new energy, the new innovation around artificial intelligence, for example, in India. If you are present here, you are able to connect with them better. There are venture capitalists, there are There are big firms, there are incubators and accelerators of like Station F and La French Tech that are doing great things over here, which will be interested in you. We at the embassy have launched a number of platforms, including infrastructures, India-France structures, to collaborate in digital public infrastructure. And I have to tell you that we have a new project coming up of open source protocol that connects all networks, which we will try to help Paris with for the Paris Olympics. It's going to be something which will be truly a gift of India for Paris Olympics. We are talking to a number of people here on that. We may soon be launching the UPI, the world's most successful payment app in France, starting with where else but Eiffel Tower. So this is a platform that is not just important for Europe, it's important for you to reach out to the world, benchmark yourself, seize opportunities. And I hope that every year we continue to grow in our presence over here, because this has really become a bridge between India and Europe and India and France. Do you, all of you know that we have just launched the EU-India Trade and Technology Council, the second that EU has with anybody in the world after the United States. That just shows the importance of technology in our new partnership. And you all will have to make it happen. Why is India important for VivaTech? Well, simply because we are a country of 1.4 billion people with perhaps the largest ecosystem for the digital world in the world. We are doing, of course, a revolution in the digital public infrastructure, which has really become a sort of inspiration for the rest of the world for attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. We have the world's third largest ecosystem, the second largest pool of artificial intelligence engineers and specialists. And we have today the 40% of all R&D and engineering hubs of the world are now in India. So this is a relationship that, as you had told me 3 years, is a natural one. And it's thanks to your leadership, your vision, and your commitment that we are seeing this new energy and a new partnership between India and Europe and India and France being mediated, being driven by the springboard of VivaTech. So I'd like to welcome all of you here. We're going to have 36 sessions over the next 3 days, 65 startups. We will also speak about our digital public infrastructure, which we have great philosophical convergence with France. No two leaders speak about digital public infrastructure, the sovereignty, the democratization, the independence of public digital infrastructure or digital public infrastructure as Prime Minister and President Macron do. So we will speak about that, and we will speak about all that our startups are doing precisely in the areas that you give so much importance. And by the way, we also have one sports startup over here as well. So with those words, I'd like to thank you once again for your support. And the team, your team has been absolutely wonderful in enabling us to be present here in such a short span of just 2 weeks. We have started from zero to be present over here. So there are no words of gratitude enough to thank you for it. So Mr. Levy, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. And I would like to say a few words and maybe to change, to correct a little bit one or two things. First of all, I would like to say that the reason why India is here and India is so important to me has nothing to do with the numbers. Nothing to do with 1.4 billion, nothing to do with the fact that you are the second largest pool of talent in some areas and number one in some others. It has to do with something which is called the heartbeat. And I have a very strong feeling of friendship, a very warm feeling. Every time I'm going to India, I feel at home, I feel very well welcomed, and this is something which is extremely dear to my heart. And the reason why I absolutely wanted India to be the first country of the year It's because this will last forever. When you are the first somewhere, it will last. There will be other countries. This year it's Korea. Next year there is already 7 countries which are applying. But number one will always remain India. VivaTech today is the largest in the world by number of visitors. But we are not looking at a competition with the CES because CES is very important and we are complementary to the CES. CES is much more about showing large corporation with a lot of innovation. This combination which is here in VivaTech is second to none, and it's very original because you have the large corporation, you have the startup, the collaboration between them, you have the innovation, you have the exhibition, you have the countries, and you have the conferences with big names. And so we are at the level of CES when it comes to some aspect, at the level of Davos for some other aspect, but we are above all VivaTech, which is the son of the legitimate son of President Macron, because it's his baby, he loves it, and it will be coming this afternoon. Now, coming back to India, I would like to, first of all, express how grateful I am because you made magic. You made magic. I will not speak about the red tape in India. This doesn't exist. Huh? We were speaking about the red tape in India. But to fight the bureaucracy and to be able to do that in 2 weeks, it's something unseen in India. I think that it is because they were surprised and that the ambassador has made the decision bypassing everyone. And it is absolutely magic. And we are extremely proud to have you. Your startups are very important. And I would like to say that you should not think, even if you are a country of 1.4 billion, probably the largest in the world. I don't know about the Chinese, but the Chinese is, in terms of population, is slowing down, and India is still going up. So either you are already the largest or you will be the largest country. But what is important is that the startup ecosystem is global. It is not a country startup ecosystem. If you think only in your country, you will be blocked by boundaries. You have to think for solution for the globe. And this is how things are happening in the US, everywhere. When we had the conversation with Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, 2 weeks ago in my office in Paris, I can tell you, he immediately was thinking global. And he has created a system which is now based on a few languages, 7 or 8 languages, but it will be 100 languages pretty quickly. So you need to think about solutions which are global by essence. When it comes to climate change, it's not a local problem, it is a global problem. When you think about energy, it is a global problem. Health, etc., etc. And you have so much talent and so much support from your government, because the speed at which India has transformed itself from the back office IT system that they created in the 90s to the most digitized operation in the world, this is quite staggering. It is, wow, something unbelievable. So what all the startups should think about is how I can make an impact by being global from day one. And I think this is something you will be able to do, particularly if you go across, you see the other startups, you walk and you see the various operations, and you enjoy also the conferences where you will have some great speakers, including tomorrow, so this afternoon you will have President Macron, you will have tomorrow Mark Benioff from Salesforce, you will have Elon Musk on Friday. There is no one organization in the world which can offer you such performance, such great speakers. So you will have to enjoy it. You have to be inspired by what you've been listening, and you have to be ready for the next steps. I would like to tell you how grateful I am. Merci, merci for being here. You know that you are very dear to my heart. You know that you are a very important country for us. As publicists, you are our second largest country in terms of employees. We have close to 20,000 employees, and mostly engineers in India. So it tells you a lot about the importance of India. So I have to go to other obligation. I committed to do my very first visit here, and I'm very happy to have done it. Merci.
Thank you.
I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. Now, thank you so much, sir, for your presence.
To all of you. Okay, so, just a couple of points I wanted to make is the fact that despite, 3 years ago, we were essentially had zero presence in VivaTech. Then our Prime Minister gave a recorded message in 21, as you're aware. Last year, we had a fairly large presence. I would imagine that this should be automatic, our participation. But it took 4 months of effort and a lot of reaching out at the top for this to happen. I think we should all work as startups to make sure that, we and to those who represent the government, DPIIT and METI, that it shouldn't be left to the ambassador, going right to the top to get messages and instructions 2 weeks before the event. If we plan better, we could arrange very good pitching sessions here with the best of the companies, with the best of incubators. Because as Maurice Levy was saying, and as they've been saying to all our startups, we need to think global from the day one. I know our market is so large that we are quite satisfied with whatever valuations we get. We are quite happy to sell off and then pocket that money and buy a nice place and a nice car. But first you think of values rather than valuations. Think on a global scale, because if you think on a global scale, you will succeed in India and you will succeed abroad. And I would like all of you to recognize that this is our moment, but the window can always be very small. The world is changing at a rapid pace. We sometimes in India get caught in our own rhetoric that we are ahead of everybody, and we start believing in it. It's very important that all of you are young, all of you have extraordinary talent, enterprise, sense of innovation. We've achieved great things in India in public infrastructure. We have solutions for the world. But I'm really happy to see how many of you are also working on products. And that's really where you start getting the real values in the market and things, not just platforms. So I wanted to say this because it's real pleasure to see that we have come together. But imagine we were at a situation where we wouldn't have been present. And because we were the country of the year last year, that there are many countries wanting to be present here. You can see this year there are many country pavilions that didn't exist last year. It's only because we were here and we made a massive impact. And for the last 1 year, every ambassador has been asking me, how did you become the country of the year? So I said, well, VivaTech has never had one. We said, we'll only be present if you make us the country of the year. And so now everyone is talking about it. And you see Saudi, UAE, many countries have come as country pavilions. That shows the importance. What I wanted to convey to you is that please, I mean, those who are representing our ministries and those who are representing, I mean, who are the startups here, we must tell our government that this is a very important investment in our opportunities or in our ability to capture global markets at this stage. And we can do it. I mean, why should we not do what ChatGPT or what others are able to do today? So with these words, I'm going to be in and out. I have many other, there's a Paris Air Show coming, Prime Minister's visit happening, and Finance Minister's visit next week. But I'll try to be here as much as I can and have an opportunity to interact with all of you. So thank you again for all of your presence. I know it's been rushed, but I hope you have a really productive and a good VivaTech. Thank you.
So I'm trying to think of the thing. Is there anything to display?
Requesting everyone to please be here. We have the next session starting now.
Uh, all the startups, please come in the front. We are going to start off with the first session. So we'll request everyone to assemble at the front. We'll start off with the first session.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to please be seated. Okay. Today, we have gathered here some of the brightest minds and thought leaders in the field who will shed light on the transformative power of digital public infrastructure. This infrastructure plays a crucial role in enabling individuals to thrive in the digital economy. Without further ado, let us begin by inviting our esteemed panelists to the stage for the session Digital Public Infrastructure Revolution Empowering Individuals in a Digital Economy. I welcome Mr. Siddharth Shetty, the co-founder of Sehmati and a pioneer of India-France DPI partnership. Along with that, we have Adnan Troje, former advisor to the President Macron on digital affairs, and Mr. Arthur Burchard, Deputy Ambassador for Digital Affairs and a champion of India-France digital partnership. I welcome you all to the stage. Would request Adnan to please start the session with his remarks and carry on from there.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to this session, along with Siddharth and Arthur. Maybe just to start the conversation, I'm going to lay out maybe what public digital infrastructure are, and then we'll go into maybe more concrete examples thanks to Siddharth and Arthur. So when you're talking about public digital infrastructure, we're mainly talking about four types of infrastructure. The first one is the hardware infrastructure. You know, connectivity, be it fiber to the home, be it 5G, 6G, be it submarine cables, etc., etc. Without it, you cannot have any connection, you cannot have any exchange, you cannot have any value creation in the digital world. The second one would be software or logical infrastructure. And then you need to rely on what all public organizations and private sector organizations are going to build for citizens, customers, companies, organizations to use. So maybe the mother of all infrastructure would be identity, to make sure that everyone can play their role and well, claim their rights, but also be identified to receive the value or the results of the value creation they are the origin of. So that would be identity. And here in France, for example, we have the electronic identity card, and you have the same in India, even more developed. You would have a authentication system, a unified authentication system. For example, in France, it's France Connect. It would rely on weak or substantial or very secure identification systems such as the EID, but also the login password from the fiscal system or the social system, etc., etc. And then you would have all the apps developed by public sector, for instance, to pay your taxes, for instance, to register for social rights, social benefits, or to enter school, or to go to the hospital, etc., etc. So those are the main technical pillars and public digital infrastructures. But only with them you cannot go very far, because you also have two human infrastructures, human-based infrastructure. So the first one would be the one depending on public services. So here in France, we believe that digitizing public services is not enough. You also need to go on the territories and to be present as close as possible from citizens, because here in France, out of 70 million people, you would have around 13 million or 15 million people that are not as digitally literate as other citizens. So they would need to be helped, accompanied in using all these public digital infrastructures. And that's why the French government created one network called France Services. So it's in every administrative area a place where you go and where you get help with your taxes, with your social issues, with any administrative issue you face. But also in these places you will find the help of people that are hired to train you in using digital public services, but also private digital apps. And this is the conseiller numérique, so digital advisor system or network in whole of France. So nowadays you have around 2,500 France Service points in the whole territory, and we have around 4,000 conseillers numériques France Service in those areas, and in the years to come we are going to deploy the same number of people. So from 4,000 we would go to 8,000. And the fourth pillar and the fourth digital infrastructure I wanted to talk about, and it's the main point here in VivaTech, is the tech ecosystem. So here in France we call it the French tech, and it depends on two dimensions. The first one being obviously startups, digital or tech companies, and the second one would be the public service that's here to give guidance or give help or simplify procedures, and it's developed here in the economy ministry, but also in all the other ministries. And what we are trying to do here is help those startups at very early stage with financing. For example, with BPI France, it's the public financing bank, innovation bank, but also throughout their development, thanks to programs to accompany them, and also to identify the main characters, main players, so that when they go to a minister cabinet or to a minister and they say, I need help, well, ministers and public organizations will feel responsible for their success. I mean, 10 years ago, a startup would go to a ministry, the administration would tell them, well, how do I know that I should help you and not your competitor? Why should I help you? Maybe I would breach all public procurement law. And we created those rankings for example, the Next 40 or the French Tech 120, to help public organization identify all the actors they should help in priority, because they've already been identified as the most potential startups in the country. And they would feel responsible. Well, if one startup fails and tells us, well, it's because of this ministry that didn't help us, then we'll go to this ministry and tell them, you're responsible for their failure, and be careful for the others, and maybe you'll get a sanction for this one. So mainly, those are the four pillars of public digital infrastructure. Two are technical and two are human, and obviously one does not go without the other. And this is maybe a conceptual entry point for this discussion, and I'll be glad to let the other participants introduce more concrete developments and demonstration or illustrations of that. Maybe, I don't know, Siddharth first?
Thank you so much, Adnan, for laying that out, and it's truly to be a pleasure to be here along with you and Arthur, and very grateful for the team and Ambassador Ashraf for inviting us to give us a chance to sort of lay out, building on what you said, the true power of digital public infrastructure and what that means. Maybe what I'll do is I'll complement what you laid out as the broad pillars and share what the developments have been in the Indian ecosystem, and then maybe touch upon some of the India-France connections that have also arisen. So if you look at any modern digital economy, the four pillars that Adnan laid are highly critical. And what are those, and why are they important? Let's look at the world of physical infrastructure for a minute. Let's take highways. Imagine if we had a world where you were only driving on a Mercedes-Benz road or a Volkswagen road, or this particular part of the road system was accessible only to Fiat. You would not have the trade and the scale of trade that's grown today. That's largely how most digital economies are. They're highly siloed. They're not interoperable. You could think about the same even in the world of aviation, right? Imagine many of us flew from India to Paris over the last few days, and imagine if each country had its own rules and norms around airspace and you didn't have baseline interoperability. How would you actually fly? How would you make that possible? And that's only because there are shared norms, shared standards for safety and for other reasons that have arisen. But somehow, in the early internet, we established that with HTTP, SMTP that many of us use for email transactions. You can be on Gmail, I can be on Outlook, and we can still talk to each other. Phone calls, GSM, a lot of those interoperable protocols actually were driven out of Europe. But somewhere over the last decade and a half, we have forgotten about all of those principles. And that's the reason we see the silos amongst big tech today. And those silos are actually hurting inclusion. They are causing a lot of exclusion in many societies across the world. They're raising privacy concerns. And over the long term, it also hurts subsequent layers of private innovation that need to come up on top of that. Now, how do you think about going and resolving this? It's not just a regulatory approach. And so what we've done for about a decade and a half in India is saying, what are those crucial components of these pillars that need to be made available and accessible to 1.4 billion Indians such that they can partake in the digital and the real economy? That started off much like what you outlined with EID. In India, a system that was built called Aadhaar. Aadhaar is a 12-digit, completely randomly generated identifier that has been issued today to about 1.34 billion Indians against their biometrics. And the idea is very simple. Any Indian resident can actually use their Aadhaar to digitally authenticate themselves and access any government service or private sector service. This became the foundation, for example, to drive the opening of bank accounts. So in 2008, almost no Indians had access to a bank account. So how do you think about financial inclusion if you don't have a bank account? And so therefore, through Aadhaar, we opened up about hundreds of millions of bank accounts, which traditionally would have taken us about 5 decades. We did that in less than a decade. So we leapfrogged because of digital public infrastructure like Aadhaar in the space of identity. That same infrastructure was also used by our telecom sector to drive large-scale opening of 4G connections. And today, per capita, India is one of the largest when it comes to data consumption and one of the lowest costs. But we didn't stop there. Identity is fundamental, but once people have an ID, once people have a bank account, what next? Then comes the question of payments. How do I transact with other individuals and other merchants in the digital economy. And if you go back about 5 to 6 years, we were in an ecosystem with very high transaction costs. If you look at the traditional card networks, it's quite expensive to buy a POS terminal. And even if you do, many a times when I talk to merchants at cafes in Paris, they actually don't like accepting cards because, especially international cards, the transaction costs are extremely high. And so the question for us was, okay, digital payments is extremely important because that's the bedrock of building trust and subsequent financial services, but what do we do? You could sort of ban these companies, much like what China did, but we didn't go down that path. We said, let it be an open ecosystem, but let's create an open protocol for payments. And that's actually what became the unified payment interface. Very simply put, it's a protocol that allows you to move money from one store of value to any other store of value in real time. That store of value may be a wallet, that store of value may be a bank account, it may be any address. Using this protocol, you can transfer that, and you don't have to be on the same bank. You and I can talk to each other without having to have the same bank, without having to have the same application, none of that, because all of those players are aligned on one common interoperable protocol. Today, UPI does about 8 billion payment transactions a month. It's the largest payment system in the world, but completely open. So we didn't have to shut out companies. We didn't have to build restrictions. You allowed an open free market economy to compete. You just provided individuals and small merchants with a better alternate. And we saw this acceleration not just on the individual side, but we saw it even on small merchants. If you go back 5, 6 years, we had roughly, I think it was 5 to 6 million point of sale devices. Over the last half decade, that's accelerated to 50, 60 point of sale, acceptance points, merchants acceptance points, which are like QR codes all over the place. So UPI became foundational for people to now transact with the economy. And as they transact, they're generating data. So that brought us to the next question. How do you give people control of their data so that it's meaningfully used not just for ads, but to actually get empowered to access better financial services, health services, and other socio-economically important services? And so that's where, over the last few years, we've really been focused on the protocol around the data empowerment and protection architecture. And that fundamentally gives people agency, gives people control. It's a techno-legal solution, as we like to call it, which means it has a legislative framework, but it's backed by open protocols. And this is rolling out in the financial sector, so the banks, all the asset management companies, pension funds, insurers, across the board are participants in this ecosystem. It's also rolling out for healthcare data and other types of data as time goes by. And so these are just 3 examples of how, if you design solutions using a digital public infrastructure approach of openness, interoperability, giving agency back to the individual, you can unlock tremendous value for the rest of society. And I'll just end with 2 more points. One around digital public infrastructure itself. And when I think of DPI, the way I like to think about it is the digital in DPI doesn't mean I need to have a digital device to access it. It should be multimodal. That means it's a digital intervention, but I can access it using a smartphone. I could access it using a feature phone. If I don't have a phone, I could access it as well. But the backbone may be digital. It doesn't mean the front end has to be digital. The P in public infrastructure is key. It doesn't mean it has to be public owned. So we're not talking about completely government or state-driven interventions. It also doesn't mean it has to be publicly financed. So it doesn't mean the exchequer needs to write off a large multi-billion-dollar budget. In fact, in many cases, the financing comes from private sector while the sovereign does retain control. So P really means in public interest. So the design of these ecosystems is in larger public interest and societal goals. And the last, which is I, infrastructure, is really about not one actor solving for it, but you take an infrastructure approach which unlocks private innovators to come on board, but you retain sovereignty and other societally important principles that nation states feel are quite key today. So that's sort of an overview of DPI as well as what the DPI journey in India has been. I'll maybe hand it over to Arthur, and then we could even talk about the France and India work. Yeah.
Thank you. Just before Arthur talks, thank you for these developments, and thank you for all the exchanges we had in the past few years, because the experience of India is truly very inspirational and helped us also draft our positions in the context of the AI Act, maybe also how we think the GDPR should where we think the GDPR should go then, and what you just said about the P in DPI and public. I mean, it's very interesting to keep in mind that you have the strictly speaking P. I mean, governments are the only ones that are able to build or create, strictly speaking, public infrastructure, but also, I mean, in material infrastructure such as regulation, but they are also responsible for helping, developing, or contributing to digital commons, and these are public goods in the broader approach, and it's critical to keep that in mind, so that, well, we don't have an actor or a country or a organization trying to grab innovation, to grab technology, and to exclude people instead of including them. So maybe also Arthur will be elaborating on those digital commons, but mainly on the French position on DPI and common goods and infrastructure. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this session and once again promoting DPIs in this particular context. This year is the 25th anniversary of the France and India strategic partnership. And as you know very well, Prime Minister Modi will be the guest of honor of France in a month for Bastille Day. So the context is very very important for us. A few comments on DPIs from our perspective within the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I will have only 4 comments. First of all, what's very interesting, and Siddharth was very clear about it, is that DPIs and digital commons are a different model, and it's actually an alternative to big tech or big state monopolies. It enables innovation, it disseminates the power to act because it's actually for everyone, it is more inclusive, and somehow it is quite close to what we're trying to do in Europe in terms of strategic autonomy, which is often misunderstood as protectionism. But if you don't pay attention, if you don't build your prosperity on open infrastructures, on open resources, such as what we did with railways, with roads, with bridge, it's the same in digital, you will be less and less autonomous, more and more dependent, and so this model, this alternative model is very key. Secondly, if my boss, the ambassador Henri Verdier, was here on stage, he would probably highlight that Indian DPIs, there is almost a philosophical bond between Indian DPIs and the French vision of public service, and then mention France Connect and other services. What we try to do with the ETA platform, but in terms of continuity, of adaptability, enabling innovation and equal access for all, it is really close. And I will go further. Even democracy and democratic practices are mostly embedded within DPIs. And if I may, and I think it's the right place on the Indian pavilion, refer to Amartya Sen, who described democracy not only refers to democracy not only as election, but also finding through collective decision a consensus within local communities through dialogue. DPI is about it. It's establishing rules, governance with the user communities, collecting actions to fight against monopolies once again and concentration of power that would be held in a few hands. So that's very important as well. Thirdly, it's also very interesting, and we have a lot to learn from this approach. It's also how to introduce regulation in a different way. As you all know, Europe has been building collective protection over the past years. You have on personal data, the GDPR, and more recently with the Digital Services Act and the Digital Market Act and the AI Act coming on its way. But what's interesting within DPI is that it's embedded. You have the, Siddharth mentioned it, but the consent management system and also the no monopolies by design, and UPI is crazy. You have more than 600, if I'm correct, 600 banks and financial services that are linked to UPI. So this approach is also very interesting. And maybe my last remark would be on innovation too, because we spoke about regulation, but regulation must be paired with innovation, and I think we are in the right place. And you see that of course the Indian ecosystem is thriving, and it's very impressive. But Europe is maybe too often referred as a regulation body, but it has many assets. The web was invented by Tim Berners-Lee. Many standards, digital commons are key, and I think we are at the right place to witness the fact that innovation must be at the center of this strategy. So going back maybe very quickly on DPIs and what we try to do with India, we already organized 2 very successful workshops. One last year in France called Infrastructure. I think Ambassador Ashraf mentioned it just before. And the last one 2 months ago in Bangalore. Hopefully we are sharing good practices, expertise, and we're paving the way towards concrete and interoperable solutions in the very foreseeable future. And hopefully in the months you will hear more about it. So thank you very much, and thanks again for the presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Request you all to please ask your questions, if any, for the speakers here. Okay, probably I'll ask a few questions because I am very interested. So, Siddharth, can you describe the journey of Sahmati and what was the key role that it has played in RBI's account aggregator initiative?
Sure. So Sahmati is a non-profit organization based in India. I mentioned the data empowerment and protection architecture, the initiative to give people control of their data. And so within the financial sector, the regulators came up with a regulatory framework to establish this. But what we quickly realized was that if we wanted to operationalize this vision, we also needed to bring the market players together. And the market players, which are the banks, the insurers, the fintechs, who traditionally compete with each other, to operationalize this, they needed a forum. They needed a place where they could discuss the practical difficulties in making an interoperable data sharing ecosystem, whether it's legal difficulties, technological difficulties, and other procedural difficulties, and come up with solutions to them. And so that really became the genesis of Sahmati. It's not a regulator, but it is a governing body within the account aggregator, the data sharing ecosystem. It has over 300 members, so all of the largest private sector, public sector, banks, financial institutions across the board are participants and members of Sahmati. And we really see this as a new model of user-driven governance within the Indian ecosystem, which is bottom-up, which has market players coming together not to lobby for changing rules, regulations, or reducing or increasing some rate or the other, but actually in the collective larger public interest. And that's the real goal of Sarmati, to bring this data governance and data empowerment ecosystem to life. And that's really what the journey has been in a quick snapshot.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'll pass on the next question to you guys. So while there is a lot of data, how do we as individuals or organizations look at data protection and security given the digital age, and protect it from any external threats, possibly especially for people like us if there is anything? And also, how can we foster more and more people to become a part of this ecosystem and learn about this?
Thank you for your question. I think we need to keep in mind some obsessions while developing digital public infrastructure. One of them is inclusion, making sure that we are building infrastructure to include people and not to have them excluded. And your question is as much a question from an economical point of view, but also from this inclusion point of view, because some organizations want to grab all the data and to do business with them without even people knowing that it's their data. I'm not talking necessarily about ownership, but the data is originating from them. Not knowing that your data is being used, not knowing how your data is being used, and not being able to oppose to the use of the data. I mean, these are what GDPR and data protection in general all over the world is supposed to be preventing, you see. So protecting, of course, including, that means education, that means empowerment. Siddharth talked about that, but also empowering. So protecting, including, and empowering. These should be obsessions around digital public infrastructure and around the way we handle data in general. So we need regulation, we need also soft law. For instance, President Macron launched in 2018 a community of organizations, big and small organizations, private sector, public sector, NGOs, called Tech for Good. And this Tech for Good community drafted a call, a declaration in 2021, signed by more than 80 CEOs, even CEOs of big tech, taking the plea that they would respect data protection regulation, that would also act responsibly even if there is no such regulation. Also saying that they will get involved, very committed in inclusion, inclusiveness, economic inclusiveness through technology. Now there is a common responsibility to take them accountable on what they signed.
Thank you so much. So I'll just leave it for you to answer on what scope in future and potential do you see, which industries do you see using this infrastructure like this, where all we can adapt a similar model so that we can learn, in fact, from our ecosystems, for example, India and France, or some industries where you look that this is the future where DPI will play a major role.
Yeah, maybe quickly going back on what Adnan said, and I can only highlight what he said, because when dealing with digital issues on the international stage, it's about balance. Because of course we face countless challenges, and some of them are very worrying. You know it better than I do, but cyber attacks, online disinformation, terrorist content spreading, and so our role is to act and to build a framework to regulate, to assess risks, and we're doing the same with AI, for instance. But on the other end, we must not forget that digital has been the source of huge promises regarding sharing democratic practices, conveying education, culture online, and opportunities. And DPI is perfectly fitting within this strategy. So that's when I refer to innovation, we must not forget that it's at the core of our strategy as well. And I'll conclude on this, basically.
Yes,
If you want to add.
Just to supplement what Arthur outlined, I think what's important is we think about ecosystems where regulators can regulate and innovators can innovate, right? And so how do you design those playgrounds, how do you design those ecosystems is really what digital public infrastructure is all about. And that's the reason why during India's presidency year of the G20, we have made DPI one of the highest priorities across both the finance and Sherpa track. Because what our realization was, as we look towards the future, this infrastructure is relevant to both traditionally advanced economies from a different lens. The lens may be competition, the lens may be privacy, and so on and so forth, depending on the political priority in that country. Or in other emerging economies, the lens may be inclusion. But really, the solution ends up being the same, although we may look at it from these different lenses. And so therefore, within the G20, as well as other bilateral fora, DPI is one of the highest priority from India's context. And I think given the alignment, principally with a lot of the regulations that have been coming out from Europe, whether it's the Data Governance Act or the AI Act or your DSA and DMA around interoperability and safety, I think given that philosophical convergence, I do expect to see, in the first meeting of the EU-India Trade and Technology Council, one of the main announcements has been collaborating on digital public infrastructure and creating interoperable solutions. And I think over the months to come, we may see, some of these solutions now starting to come to life. So that's at least what, I would be looking forward to. You have the last word of that.
Just a final word. What Siddharth and Arthur just said is very critical. They said that DPIs are the way to realign regulators and innovators. Because if you take traditional regulators, they will draft regulation with a pen or a keyboard and then just write, maybe being disconnected from innovation. And if you take innovators, you've heard of Lawrence Lessig's famous article, Code is Law. They are setting the rules with their source code. So having DPIs is the same as having the common ground where innovators will set rules that are according with values, with principles, with standards, with common infrastructures, and regulators will be involved in this playground, not just drafting regulation for the journal officiel, as we say in French, though, for the law. It's also setting the rules and values and standards for innovators. That's where innovators and the regulators start working together for the public interest.
Thank you so much for an insightful session. I hope you all learned a lot from this. I would like to thank you for taking out time and gracing the occasion. And I hope you enjoy the innovation and the startups which are displayed here. And looking forward to seeing you guys at the lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harsh.
Hello. So we're starting with our next session in another 2 minutes. So our next session is focused on fostering agile delivery models. Today we are privileged to have Mr. Suman Kumar Kant, AVP Delivery, Infosys France and Mauritius, who will share his insights, valuable insights from successful digital transformations in France. I would also like to welcome Ms. Varsha Anup, CEO, Vyoma Motor Private Limited, who will be moderating the session. Please.
Hello.
That is working? Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it will be great if you could give some insights about the agile transformation method that you use in Infosys.
Yeah, actually, it's a very interesting session, but I think the audience of startups, I would like more and more questions on that side because uh, this question is not that exciting, but very practical question, okay? Because Agile started as a software development methodology, uh, which is a term was coined in 2005 that agile is management by chaos. Okay, so that is where it all started in software development process, and I was one of the first persons in India who started these projects, and after that I wrote a book also on that. So our journey in digital transformation in France has been great. We started long back in France, but the latest thing to come up with was the digital partnership with Roland Garros, that is French Open tournament, which happens every year. And we are the digital partners for them. The whole, uh, the whole software development which happened for this Roland Garros was completely in agile mode, okay? And whatever you see uh, on the screens, TV screens, or whatever information is there with the journalists or players or coaches, all these things have been developed in an agile mode, which is an iterative model. So if you see the journey from last 3 years, uh, when we started with Roland Garros, every year you will see there are many changes in the features which have come. And that we have done with a squad team which consisted of people from, from French employees of Infosys in France, then the FFT people who are from Roland Garros, and also some people from India. And there was a team involved, there were teams involved elsewhere as well. So it was a very interesting program because it was kind of distributed agile. Okay, so everyone used to think that agile works when it was working at one place. Okay, everyone is sitting at one place. But our development program came and we decided that we will do distributed agile, where the different culture, different teams are sitting in their different countries, but we can do the development in agile mode. Okay, it is a very good actually learning point for a startup as well, because this whole program was taken up as a startup program. Okay, so there are many learnings behind that, which in fact, if you want to really develop your IT development work in a startup, there are many things which you can do wonderfully well through agile methodology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the insights. Infosys had invested in OpenAI like around 10 years ago. How did a company like Infosys envisage that they would come up with a breakthrough like ChatGPT?
We didn't know that OpenAI will come up with ChatGPT, but interesting question. We have always been a company who promotes the startups, okay? We always had venture development funds from the very beginning, in fact, from 2000s. And when OpenAI came, the kind of people who were there, they were very innovative. And it was all open source through which they wanted to develop something good. And then the revolution of AI and machine learning came. When this revolution came, I think OpenAI did a wonderful job. They again went into agile mode, developed the features slowly and slowly through generative AI. They could bring this kind of platform, ChatGPT, which is now a sensation. So we realized it pretty early in the cycle that open source AI, machine learning, generative AI, if these things work together, then there will be some wonderful thing happening. And fortunately, it has come out as ChatGPT, and Infosys was one of the earliest investors in that.
Indeed, that was the best bet that
Yes.
Infosys have taken. Can you explain what are the key strategies that Infosys had implemented in delivery operations in France and Mauritius to drive the tech excellence and ensure high quality service delivery?
Yeah, so Infosys actually came long back in France, but we did not succeed earlier. Around 7 to 8 years back, the game had changed because in France now the company want to be global. They want the best practices coming out of the world to France, and there in fact we pitched in. Okay, our first success was an automaker in France. I am not naming the customer knowingly, and our success was, the first success was through the Agile project, which was a big project which they were doing earlier with a French IT service provider, and it was a complete failure. Okay, so then we pitched in. We proactively went to the client. We told the client that we will be doing a distributed agile way of working, and we worked from 3 places. We worked from India, Mauritius, and France. Okay, and it was a team which consisted of a squad team sitting at both 4 places. Okay. Again, I'm telling that agile methodology always tells that the people should be there together, but that was not the case. It was completely a distributed agile. So client people were there in France. Our people were interacting with the client. There was a team in Mauritius 2 hours away, and there was a team in India 3.5 hours away. And then we developed it. But how it succeeded and why it had not succeeded earlier for the other organization, that's very interesting to note. So what we did was that we bridged the cultural gap. Okay, cultural gap in the sense that all the teams, all the 4 teams were together trained that how we can work, okay, to make it a success. So we defined an assessment period. Okay, we defined a pilot. We defined the trainings which need to be done by all the 4 teams. Okay, and then we delivered a small project working together. Okay, based on some results which were already agreed. And it was very interesting because everything in those 2 projects came out successfully. So after that, we did a very big project with the customer. So the main point is that it was very important that in agile mode of digital transformation, it is more about people than about the technology. Okay, because the teams work in self-organized mode. They decide what they have to do next, what they have to do the next day. Okay, every day they have to decide. So it has to be a self-organized team. Technology, anyway, Infosys kind of company has a lot of technical talents. But delivering it much before the schedule, delivering it with quality, with best practices, you had to develop that team along with the client. So that was the main thing we put together. Okay, and after that, it was a major success for us.
Okay, sir. I would like to ask the audience if you guys have any questions. Okay, so we'll go to the next question.
Sure.
So, like, how does foster a culture of innovation and continuous learning within its delivery operation in order to stay at a forefront of technological advancements? Can you just give some insights on
Yes. So innovation is actually a culture in Infosys. Okay. What we mean by innovation? Okay. Innovation is not always that you are creating an iPhone. No. What we talk about innovation in our company is that every employee of the company, okay, in each project, they can innovate. Okay, they can innovate through customer value. They can innovate through whatever improvement, small improvements, incremental improvements they can bring in their projects. So that way this culture comes of innovation. The second part of it is we always say that uh, Infosys is the largest corporate university in the world. Why? Because we can train around 16,000 people in one of our centers at one point in time. Okay, but that was pre-COVID. Post-COVID, we have developed some of the things internally for training purposes, which is one of the best in the world. And you will not believe it is open for everyone. We have 350,000 employees, a receptionist or a CEO, anyone can take that training, okay, and develop themselves. Even at our place, we are always under training. Okay, I have just completed a Stanford Financial Leadership Program. Okay, so even at my level, we have to continuously learn. So learning is in the DNA of us. Okay, so and that is why we keep on innovating. Our platform Wingspan has been adopted by many of our clients also. Okay, so that becomes a part of our DNA. So how do we do it? We always see that where the upskilling is required, where cross-skilling is required. Okay, so we always keep on looking at that. So that's why we say Infosys doesn't hire to fire. Okay, because in our company, people do not become obsolete. We retrain them, reskill them, upskill them, cross-skill them, so that they become always they are ready in the world of software development. Okay, so that's the main reason I think it has come into our DNA, that innovation. Okay.
I'm sure, sir, that is the key to everything. Learning should never stop. So the next question is, in today's rapidly evolving tech landscape, how do companies balance the need of agility and flexibility with the demand of consistent and reliable service delivery across different geographical locations?
It's very simple for us, again, because see, Infosys started with that. The our IT service company started with that. What is needed? There are only two things which are needed. I will simplify it a lot. One point is the exploration part. Another point is predictability part. Our customers should have predictability that what we are going to do, they will succeed. Okay, so that's the predictability part. The exploration part is that we should always give our clients the best thing available in the market at that point in time. So we have to always keep on innovating within. We have always to be agile. We have always to be value driven to do that. Okay, the exploratory part. Then we have the predictability part. So predictability part, now nobody in fact even questions, because Infosys or our company is actually planning, organizing, and all those things are already established. Okay, so if as a startup also, if you think that you can simply tackle these two areas continuously, okay, that is predictability and exploration, and work in the agile mode incrementally, okay, then things succeed. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the valuable insights that you have given. So I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Shaumik Bhavandi from Yuma
Hi, Shaumik.
Motors. Yeah, so my question is, how would you like to recommend to implement agile services into automobile industry, especially the companies who are a startup at automobile industries?
Yeah. So let's talk about in general startup, not only automotive companies.
Sure.
Okay. So what are the challenges of agile in a startup? Okay. The first thing is that it is small.
Sure.
Okay. So the team doesn't believe that we can quickly have the flow of agile. Okay,
Yes.
they want to be in product mode where you have one version coming out very good.
Yes.
Okay, now that is not the time. You have to be incremental in your approach.
Definitely.
So, and you have to establish the self-organized teams. Okay, so you are always thinking why, means we have other ways of working, why to do this investment. Okay, the another aspect is that for doing agile you need agile coach,
Yeah.
you need agile training. Okay, as a startup you will always think why to invest there.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is that I have talked to many startups. I have given consulting to many startups. My simple way of telling is this: as a startup, forget about anything. Agile succeeds.
Yes.
Okay, so you will have to invest a little, not much.
Okay.
So you have to invest. Give yourself training. At least hire one agile coach.
Okay.
You will not believe your software development process, the cost reduction will be minimum 30 to 40%, which
Okay.
you will not envisage earlier.
All right.
Okay, so just believe, and I can tell you from my experience, just believe that Agile succeeds.
Sure.
Start from the very early stage, very early stage. Now you have the next step of Agile coming up, that is called Scaled Agile Framework. Okay, so that is called SAFe methodology. SAFe methodology, people think that is for the larger organization, larger enterprise. No, you can start and you can grow quickly with that. So if you have any plan to grow quickly as a startup, you see that the market is coming up, then you should adopt an agile methodology called SAFe.
See.
Okay, and that helps a lot because it is based on lean portfolio management, and there are other approaches inside that which always helps. So as a startup, I will always say that you must believe and do your development approach should be agile.
Thank
There
you,
is
sir,
no
for
other
your
way out.
experienceful insight.
Thank you.
Definitely the coaching part for the team to be self-organized is one of the challenge, but we are definitely looking forward to it. And
Yes.
yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So before closing, sir, I would like to get some remarks on the opportunities for collaboration of India and France in promoting the agile foster culture in the tech space.
Yeah, so it's a good question because even now what I see, there is a lot of resistance in adopting this. Okay, when I talk about for software organizations or any other startup working with France, okay, the main challenge is first the cultural barrier, second is the language barrier, third Indian processes and French processes. Fortunately, unfortunately, both are equally bad and or good. So, so these things actually, if we can counter, okay, and there are ways to counter that, then you will succeed. And that is why what we have done, okay, in all these aspects, we have tried to close that barrier, okay. We have always made for agile projects combined team together, okay, and then do that, okay. So for collaboration between the startups or between the larger ecosystem, it is important that if you are working within the IT services framework from which I am coming, okay, we have to organize with our embassy, with others, that what has succeeded in France, okay, for companies like us, because we are one of the most recognized company now in France, who comes from India. So we have to see that how these can be partners together, okay. And I think companies like your company, and I am very happy that only in 4 years you have come to this stage, and I think if this kind of ecosystem grows, you will certainly get more and more opportunities, and then we will
Definitely,
be
sir, we'll
able
try
to
to
discuss more.
implement the system in
Sure.
our company as well.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for coming here and sharing your valuable insights with us. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you, Varsha.
Thank you.
So we will now delve into the regulatory landscape of India and explore why it is emerging as a preferred destination for various industries. Before we begin, it is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker for today, who has a wealth of knowledge and experience in this field, Mr. Tejesh Chitlangi, Senior Partner, IC Universal Legal.
Hello. Sorry. This will be displayed. Hello. Maybe I'll. Hi, a very good afternoon to all of you. This is Tejesh Chitlangi here. I'm from IC Universal Legal India. And so good to be a part of this tech event. And thank you so much to the Ministry of Commerce, DPIIT, Startup India for taking this brilliant initiative. It really blows your mind to see the kind of startups you have from all the countries here. So today I'm here to present on the startup industry from India, the regulatory regime in India, and why it has been so conducive for the foreign investments to come in India, how the Indian sector has opened up in the last 1 decade in particular, or last 5 years in particular. So before I deep dive into the presentation, like a quick 15-20 minutes presentation which I have prepared, I would like to start with some micro and macro numbers, right, when we come to India. So on a very optimistic note, India came out with 7.1% growth in the GDP numbers for this year. The Department of Statistics came out with these numbers, and why it is critical, because in the beginning of the year, if somebody would have said India will grow at 7.1% GDP, I think people would not have believed. So it is way better than expectation, because the kind of funding winter which the world was envisaging, the startup sector was envisaging, India ended up faring much better. Now to go even further and to quote Morgan Stanley, I think, and these are very important numbers, Morgan Stanley this year is saying that for this entire decade, India is going to contribute to more than 1/5 of the world expansion, right, in this decade. And India will be only one of the 3 economies which is going to have more than $400 billion of annual output growth. Now to further go and quote McKinsey's CEO, he's saying you can't bet against India. And he further goes on to say it's not only the India decade, but it's going to be the India century, right? And it's going to be fostered, it's going to be contributed by the 1.4 billion population which India has got. So the 1.4 billion population is no more a butt of jokes, actually. But now there is another, there is a spin to it. For example, wherever I go, people say a 1.4 billion population really talks about the kind of manufacturing capacity you can have within the country, the kind of consumption story you have, right? And this is really critical for the self-reliant India initiative, the Make in India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is the pet project of Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister of India. So without any further ado, let me deep dive into the presentation. What I'm going to do is to talk about the foreign investment regime, the exchange control laws of India, and how they have contributed in growth of the startup sectors in India, how the foreign capital has flown over past few years, which are the sectors who have seen the maximum contribution. And of course, everything is tech today. You talk about any sector in India, you talk about agriculture, there is agri-tech, you talk about logistics, it is logitech, right? You talk about healthcare, there is a healthcare tech, right? You talk about defense, you talk about any sector, the technology is clearly integrated in it. So I divided the presentation in 8 or 9 key parts where I talk about the recent trends in foreign direct investments in India, what we call as FDI, the investments in startups, the recent trends, which sectors have seen the maximum FDI participation, how the liberalization of foreign investment regime, like which are the various routes through foreign investments come in India in various Indian sectors, and how the liberalization over past 1 decade of Modi government has really, really helped the investments to flow in India. The regulatory regime out of it, as far as the Reserve Bank of India is concerned, the Securities and Exchange Board of India is concerned, that how they have nurtured the private equity and venture capital industry, both domestic and global in India. The foreign venture capital investment in India, the regime we are talking about, the government of India initiatives, they have taken loads of initiatives to foster the startup sector in India. So I will talk about that. And one very innovative model which Indian government has come out with is the Gift City, the IFSC regime, where they are trying to onshore the offshore capital. So that's something what would be very interesting for everybody to know, how is India attracting offshore capital. These are the FDI inflow numbers in last 4 financial years. It's not surprising that 22-23 saw little dip in numbers as far as the USD $1 billion are concerned. India saw nearly $71 billion investments coming in India in form of foreign direct investments. And when I'm talking about foreign direct investments, these are investments in unlisted enterprises where particularly their startups fall. We are not talking about the FPI numbers, which is a foreign portfolio investment route. Essentially, any money flowing into the listed securities in India fall under the FPI route. So when we are talking about FDI, these are majorly unlisted securities and startups. And I will talk about startups in the next slide, or what the numbers we saw. Services sector obviously saw the highest amount of FDI coming in India, followed by computer hardware, software, trading, telecom, and automobile industry. Going to the startups, how much money out of this has been raised by them? And it's no surprises, out of $70 billion of FDI inflow in India, you actually saw 24 billion of it coming into startups. Now one can argue that against the $35 billion number which the calendar year 2021 saw, maybe 24, maybe less, but you can't lose sight of the fact that in calendar year 2020, which was $11 billion of FDI inflow in startups, you saw 24 billion this time. And again, to quote, when the year 2022 started, there were significant talks about the funding winter. The world potentially was getting into a significant slowdown. Compared to that, relatively, India has performed really better. And I think this has been augmented by the startup sectors in India. Now, when you talk about what kind of startups have seen the maximum FDI participation, then clearly software as a service, SaaS, you talk about, has clearly seen the maximum participation as far as FDI inflows were concerned. FinTech was the number 2 as far as FDI inflows were concerned. In fact, 25% of the FDI inflow as far as startup sector was seen was in FinTech, 25 in SaaS. Then you are talking about the logistics and auto tech, right? Because logistics today, be it Amazons or Flipkarts of the world, today the commute time when the product reaches from the producer to the end consumer, right? So the logistics sector in India is really gearing up for a very fast-paced growth. If you would have seen the previous year, it was education tech, right? When you talk about the likes of Baiju, who would have seen the world's largest FDI deals happening in India, education tech obviously saw a little bit of saturation in this particular stage, right? Because they had seen so much of amount of FDI inflows. So that occupies the number 4 as far as the top 5 sectors which attracted the FDI funding in India, and there is a direct-to-consumer D2C. So if you look at these top 5 sectors, all technology-based, they would have seen more than 71% of the total FDI funding in startup space in India, which clearly shows what we are doing in this event here, why technology today is so significant, why any defense sector enterprise in India today, when you talk about the Make in India initiative, the defense sector is seeing so many startups who are catering to the dream of the Indian government that you are not actually importing the defense technology. It is Indian startups actually who are going to get into the drones, the tanks. You would have seen the Garuda's presentation here and the significant amount they are doing in the defense sector itself, right? So defense probably in next couple of years, you would see that the maximum amount of investments is also coming into the defense stage. When you're talking about logistics and agri-tech, I think they are going to occupy even higher positions. When I'm talking about the regulatory regime, in essence, this is a summary or diagram that a direct investment route in India is reflected by FVCI, the foreign venture capital regime and foreign direct investment regime. The second is a portfolio investment regime, which I will not talk much about because this is more public market and listed enterprise. For sake of completeness, it consists of foreign portfolio investor route. Anybody who wants to take exposure in public listed securities in India gets into FPI route. And for non-resident Indians, Indian government has got a separate, different regime in which separate investment limits have been carried out because a lot of residents in India who have become global, who have gone to international sort of jurisdictions, there are special regimes for them to, again, invest back in India under NRE route and NRO route. So I will not dwell much into that. Today, when you talk about FDI, what you need to know is foreign direct investment in majority of the sectors is under 100% FDI automatic route. What 100% FDI automatic route means that there are no exchange control norms. There are no stringent procedures for foreign money to flow in India. And that is the reason why you have seen multifold increase in the FDI numbers over past 1 decade. Year after year, the numbers are only multiplying, right? The biggest reason there is that even sensitive sectors like defense or telecom or banking have gradually been opened up by the Indian government, albeit obviously with sufficient safeguards. But today, if you look at the technology sector, look at all the sectors I talked about, today any kind of foreign capital can flow in India in these Indian enterprises without any government interference. These are simple filings you make to the exchange control authorities and Reserve Bank of India through the authorized dealer banks. Now, as I said, FDI under 100% is permitted in most sectors. Under automatic route, more than 95% of the sectors in India can see or attract foreign money under automatic route. Some of these sectors, when I talk about the insurance, defense, the multi-brand retail, which would not have seen any FDI participation till a few years back, gradually they are being opened up to 49% automatic or 74% private equity can come under automatic route, and rest is under government approval route. FDI investment may be subject to certain sectoral caps, as I talked about, 49, 74, or 26 being a few of them. The foreign venture capital regime is very critical for startups in India. A lot of FECIs who are registered by the India Securities Market Regulator, which is Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI we know as, they have got a separate FECI regime. FECI regime has been used by a lot of foreign investors to take exposure in Indian startups, particularly on the tech side of it, right? So if you see the FECI inflows, even they are on a rise now. One very critical thing what everybody needs to know about the India growth story is the amount of foreign capital in form of private equity and venture capital which is flowing into the Indian startups. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI I was talking about, regulates the alternative investment funds in India, the AIF as we know them. AIFs in India can raise capital both from domestic investors and overseas investors. A lot of us know about the private equity master feeder structures in which the offshore jurisdictions like Singapore, Cayman, Mauritius, the offshore money is pooled in these jurisdictions and then routed in Indian enterprises, particularly startups. SEBI has come out with a very conducive regime. Any kind of pooling which is happening in India today of capital, be it domestic or offshore, has to be regulated by SEBI, which accords a great degree of protection to the limited partners, which industry parlance we called as LPs, or these are essentially the investors. They've got enough regulatory protection in India. So if you would have seen the emergence of the numbers in last 11 years, 2012 is when the alternative investment fund regime was notified by SEBI, and it's more than 100 times of what investment has come what came in the year one, right? So the numbers are getting into billions of dollars in all kind of sectors. Just for ease of reference, SEBI has specified that if you are a private equity fund, you get a registration as a private equity under category 2. There are 3 categories, category 1, 2, and 3, which have been notified by SEBI. As far as startups here are concerned, they would see maximum participation from category 1 venture capital funds and category 2 funds. Now, why this regime is very easy and helpful is that any foreign capital can flow into these Indian alternative investment funds under automatic route. Again, no government approval required. The pricing norms are relaxed there. All is needed is an Indian manager and sponsor entity of these private equity venture capital funds, and they can raise money from any jurisdiction, right? Of course, there are safeguards in place, like if there is a FATF blacklisted jurisdiction, which are only 3 right now, like the North Korea, Myanmar, or Iran, money can't flow under automatic route as far as alternative investment funds are concerned. But otherwise, any kind of debt investments in India, which otherwise would have been a difficult thing to do a few years back, because debt investments could have happened only under a ECB policy, which is external commercial borrowing policy, or foreign portfolio investment regulatory policy of SEBI. They had some restrictions. But now these restrictions also go away if this offshore money gets routed through Indian alternative investment funds. This is essentially the definition of startup. I will not deep dive into it. As we all know that any entity whose turnover is less than 100 crore, which has been incorporated less than 10 years back, is private company in nature, partnership firm, or limited liability partnership. It shouldn't be a holding or a subsidiary structure, and should be working towards innovation, development, and improvement of products, services, and scalable business models. Get categorized as startups by DPIIT. DPIIT gives them that kind of an authorization. Presently, DPIIT has authorized, in fact, it's not 92,000, it's 99,000 entities in India which have been recognized by DPIIT as startups. If you're recognized as a startup, there are multiple benefits what you derive. Government of India has come out with several schemes, the most prominent one being a fund of funds scheme, which is regulated by SIDBI in India. SIDBI manages the corpus of 10,000 crore, which gets routed through their investments into various alternative investment funds, the regime I was talking about in a slide back. There is a credit guarantee scheme for startups known as CGSS, wherein Government of India has established a credit guarantee scheme for startups who are registered with DPIIT. So any scheduled commercial banks or NBFCs, when they are putting money in DPIIT registered startups, there is a credit guarantee scheme extended. Now there is a Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, SISFS, right, which provides financial assistance to startups, provide grants actually, wherein startups are at a very early stage and at a proof of concept stage, right? There is a lot of support for the intellectual property protection, because startups need to fast track their patent applications both in India, overseas. That sort of facilitation has been provided through registered facilitators by the government who are responsible to provide general advisory, and that's very critical for startups actually, because most of their business models will need some kind of licensing for their IP both in India and overseas. So the government of India has taken cognizance of that and has provided a lot of IP protection and support to the startups, wherein a lot of rebates have been provided and startups only need to pay for the statutory levies, but otherwise everything is taken care of by the government. And the stringent labor laws and environment laws now startups can self-certify. There have been income tax exemption for 3 years out of consecutive 3 years out of the last 10 years. Angel tax exemption is a big thing under Section 56(2) of Indian Income Tax Act, where angel tax is not applicable on DPIIT registered startups. There are a lot of relaxations from the Indian Companies Act 2013 requirements, wherein a startup incorporation can be on a fast-track basis. There is a quicker thing. There is no mandatory requirement to present their accounting statements in a very detailed form. The frequency of board meetings are reduced for the startups, and there are quite a few other liberalizations provided under Indian Companies Act also. A big thing is a convertible note, which a lot of startups here would be aware of, that money is flowing through convertible notes. It's not considered as debt. If you are taking more than 25 lakh in convertible note, it's not even considered as deposit under Companies Act. So I think that's something which a lot of startups are using as a preferred instrument over equity, because it has features of both debt and equity and lesser compliances. There are a lot of liberalization on ESOPs and sweat equity which have been carried out for startups, and exemptions being made under Companies Act. Last but not the least, to talk about the gift city, which is in essence onshoring of offshore capital. So India can bring back business from the likes of Mauritius, Singapore. India has come out with a special economic zone of its own, the first being set up in Gandhinagar, which is called as a gift city. These are essentially International Financial Services Centers, IFSC, and all the businesses there are regulated by a unified regulator known as IFSCA, who is appointed by an act of parliament. IFSCA regulates a lot of capital market, offshore banking, insurance, offshore asset management activities here. And you have seen a flurry of relocation of offshore funds or offshore capital, which is now flowing in India within the India shores. So from an exchange control perspective, any entity which is set up in Gift City or in any IFSC for that purpose is non-resident for the FEMA purposes. Now, one thing which is very critical for startups to know is that there is a big fintech hub being set up by the government. You would have seen that in the last budget, government had notified it. So you will see a lot of startups who can set shops, and dozens of them have already set up under that particular regime. The one issue which India has faced is a lot of flips by the startups to the overseas jurisdictions. What at least I can tell you, there are a lot of ministry deliberations wherein the Gandhinagar or Gift City or IFSC will come out with a conducive regime, both from the taxation and regulatory standpoint, that Indian startups may not have to flip and go to Singapore or Silicon Valley, but they can actually set up their shop in Gift City, which will be very cost efficient for them from a costing and team perspective. Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, very happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Tejas. That was quite an insightful session. We will now break for lunch and connect again at 2 for the next session. Thank you.
Ici, 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 i, 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 ici, i, ici, i, ici, 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 i, i. Ici, 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 et C, et. 1, 2, et C, et.
Ah, c'est
Walking. Yeah, cool.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. So our next session is focused on going from virtual to real and from real to virtual world, and a presentation by Mr. Harsh, co-founder of founder of Vega Labs on the merging worlds through gaming and robotics. I would request Harsh to come on the stage, please.
Hi everyone, thank you so much. So today I will be talking about gaming primarily, and I will also be talking about a few real-world elements which can, enhance gaming and how gaming has been shaped over time. It is sort of a mixed session about game design, game economies, and in general gaming. So also very happy to chat about any of this after the session. So a little bit about me. I have started a gaming studio called Vega Labs. So it's a gaming studio that is trying to build a strategy PvP mobile games, and we are trying to take the best of India to the world by building various games across various Indian themes for the global audience. So instead of directly starting with gaming today, I want to sort of arrive to where we are today from the history. So the evolution of gaming, I mean, I'll go very fast through these slides. I don't want to bore everyone with this, but I just want to sort of make a point with all of this. We started with ROM cartridge-based gaming a long time ago. Then we went to arcades. Then we went to arcades, sort of console-based, cartridge-based games, but which you could play at home. Then we went to the early computer games era where people started playing at home. And then we had handheld portable devices which were more convenient. Then we had a wave of personal computers. Then now we came to mobile gaming. So mobile gaming was one of the biggest revolutions, as most might know. That is where the newest set of games, the ones that are most popular right now, came into existence. And people could easily access games. And that is where free-to-play gaming was born. So free-to-play gaming was a very big step in gaming, because before free-to-play, most people, they had to buy a game and then you could play it. There was no way to play a game for free, and this was a very big revolution. So you could, instead of buying a game, you could buy for skins, upgrades, unlocks, etc. in the game. So that is the free-to-play era. In free-to-play, the games were built for everyone. Internet and mobiles played a huge role, and new business models were unlocked. Uh, these are some of the top free-to-play studios who made a lot of money with this model, and these are a lot of free-to-play games that went really big. So so in all of this that I sort of covered till now, there were a few elements that are missing. So these are just some of the slides that I covered, and a few elements which I believe were missing is that players are still playing in a silo. So imagine that all of us are playing a common game. Imagine, I mean, a very popular game, I could say Clash of Clans, or let's say a Pokemon game. All of us are playing that game in a silo. I play my own version, you play your own version. All of us sort of earn in-game currencies in our own version and upgrade things in our own version. We are not really playing it together. So I believe what is missing is that playing outside of a silo. So the I mean, imagine this, that you start playing a game and everyone else's decisions or everyone else's history in the game makes a difference to what you are doing. Because today, let's say I start a Clash of Clans game, I go through the same journey. I get X amount of gold, I get X amount of elixir. Someone else starts the journey, they go through the same thing. They get X amount of gold, X amount of elixir. But me starting the game a little before someone else, or me doing something really big in the game, doesn't have effect on anyone else. I am playing in my solo player economy. Real world doesn't work like this, right? In the real world, let's say I want to buy something, or if I want to, let's say, go and do something, everyone else's decision makes a lot of difference. So let's say all of us decide to buy a car. So let's say most of the people in the world start buying a car. Cars, the prices get inflated because supply is not meeting demand anymore, and that's why everything gets pricier. So the people who bought cars in the early days, they have a big advantage versus people who are trying to buy it right now. At the same time, some things could go really low. Like for example, people suddenly might stop buying homes, and that is why the prices of homes could go down like crazy. So a lot of people, they could buy a lot of homes and they could keep it as a stock. Some people might go into a loss. So these sort of effects of each other's actions on what we are doing in the world, they don't replicate in a gaming world. In the gaming world, everyone's in a silo. So imagine you're playing a game like Age of Empires, where someone is attacking, someone is defending, while someone is collecting resources. So you're playing multiple roles in a shared economy. So similarly, most games miss this part. So for this, in free-to-play, we have something called toy tokens. So in free-to-play, there are coins, virtual coins, gold, or any other virtual currency. So this is what exists in free-to-play. So I'll cover a little bit of that, and then I'll come back to how this is being changed with a shared economy. So in the free-to-play games, we have a thing called toy token. Toy token is basically any coin or any gold or anything inside a game. A lot of these games just call it fake currency, and it's fake money, right? No big deal. And all you have to do is get that money in somehow through the game, and then you can do things like remove deliberately added inconveniences like blockers, or you can upgrade things, you can buy cosmetics, or you can unlock various game modes. So these are a few things that you can do with this fake in-game money. Basically, you are giving your time, and in return, you're earning this in-game currency. And this in-game currency you use for various things. So it's your time that you're spending. Or another option is you can supersede that by just spending real money. You can spend real money, you can skip your time, putting in time, and you can directly get virtual coins. And those virtual coins can help you unlock things. So these virtual coins are then used for upgrades and unlocks. So these upgrades and unlocks could be anything from new character skins, unlocking some level, or skipping some hard level, which you can't really complete. Or they could also remove inconveniences. Like they could give you a boost, or they could give you like a 10x power for 10 seconds. So various of these things can be done with this in-game currency. This is the whole chart. So these toy tokens or fake currencies, just using these companies which I showed, Supercell, Rovio, they made over $500 million just within 1 year. Like in the last year, they made more than $500 million using these toy tokens. So one thing that we can agree that it's not exactly a toy token. Even if these are fake currencies, they're not necessarily fake. So then comes a question, why can't we build proper economies around these currencies? Because if we build economies around these currencies, then one, we no longer will be playing in a silo. We can share an economy. Second, the companies can still continue making money, but all of the players, they can actively play a part in this economy. They can take various roles in this economy. It could be the role of an investor. It could be the role of a trader, a gamer. So a gamer is someone who can put in time, and in return, they can get something. An investor is someone who can just put in money and buy a lot of stuff and then rent it out to others or sell it at the right time. Or a trader could be like an asset holder who's somehow collecting resources and selling it at the right time. So it unlocks various roles for a user if we have an actual economy. So in F2P, apart from this economy problem, we have a few other problems as well. You can't really I mean, there's a little sort of thing called a locked ecosystem, since the game developer or the gaming company is the only one making all the decisions. Then for players, there are no returns. Players can't really make decisions. They don't get a lot of ROI. And even developers, they sort of not really connect with this free-to-play ecosystem because it's very hard to enter into it. If you are a developer making a free-to-play game, you need to go to at least a few million monthly active users before you can even start making any money, because only a very small percentage actually starts paying. So what we are now trying to do is we are trying to go on a quest for a better toy, that is a better toy token. And gaming has always kept up with technology. I mean, gaming is one of those areas where it is at par with the latest possible technology in so many ways. And if you're building or if you're doing something in gaming, we believe that you're actually working with the highest technology possible. It's a very exciting space to be building in. And the quest for this is basically to do three things. First, create an economy around this token where people can play different roles. Second, what if you can use these outside the ecosystem? Rather than using it just in one game or in one scenario, what if you could use it in different ways? And lastly, they could be truly yours. Like you could borrow, sell, rent, or do whatever with these tokens. And let's say today, 1 million people in Clash of Clans buy barracks and they decide to train golems. Then for today, what if the golem prices go up? Because everyone's trying to get a lot of, like there's a huge demand for golems. But tomorrow, if let's say barbarians are not being trained a lot, then the barbarian prices goes down. So all of these things can be built with having a token like this. So I mean, now I will sort of just answer with the technology that we need to build this. I mean, it is blockchain. But the reason I did not start with Web3 or blockchain is because it has gained a lot of negative name in the last half a year or so. Because Web3, blockchain, gaming, all of that started as a very big thing. People were making millions. Companies were raising in billions. But it sort of bursted like a bubble because people could not really build value around it. The only thing that was happening was people were buying and selling NFTs. NFTs was the only thing that people thought of Web3 or ownership in gaming. But instead, what we want to do, using the blockchain technology, we want to build an open economy. We want to build an open service economy where players can play a different role. So to give an example, imagine there's a football game. In any football game, you're a player. You just go and play. But imagine a football game where you can be a stadium owner. Or imagine a football game where you can be someone who has various players unlocked and you can sell or rent them to other people. Or imagine where you are sort of someone who has media rights to the football clubs. So these are different roles you can play. And what if those roles could be translated inside gaming as well? And obviously along with that, you get other benefits of the blockchain. You can spend it inside or outside the game. It's truly yours. You can send it or sell it and rent it across to other people. Then the value of it is decided with the ecosystem. So as users, all of us can somehow decide what the value of each asset in the game is. Whatever is getting more demand or whatever has the right supply, that will kind of decide what is more important in the game for the game to proceed. So users have a lot of say in this particular game model. And most important or the most fun part for me personally is that we can play outside silos. Because it will be so fun that if we have a game like Clash of Clans where all of us somehow changed how the economy is working based on the supply demand. Yeah, so I mean, I already talked a lot about this. So, and building an open economy also sort of starts getting interoperability into picture. I mean, interoperability was very hardly sold. Like it was sold very hard by a lot of people in the Web3 gaming space. But interoperability in general is very hard because as developers, all of you have developed your own game. But transferring tokens is one of the easy ways. You don't really have to transfer different assets. Instead of instead of building like you buy a gun in some game and some other game is about food, you can't really use that gun in that other food game. Instead, if there's a token, you can definitely use that. So interoperability is a little easier in an open token economy. So it sort of unlocks the first step of the metaverse. Personally, I think we're very, very far away from like having a metaverse, but definitely it would be something very cool. And Quest, then the Apple's latest headset, all of those sort of prove we are getting way closer. So, I mean, that was how we think we can merge the real world and gaming by bringing in the real world economies inside games. I mean, when someone thinks of merging the real world, it mostly feels AR or VR, but we instead think that there are a lot of other ways to merge the real world in games. And to do that, we are also building a gaming studio. So it's called Vega Labs, and I'm the founder of Vega Labs. there is one big misconception about building from India. So when I say that I am building games from India and building games that have Indian themes and taking them to the world, most people think that, okay, it's going to be about Indian mythology or it's going to be about Indian culture. But I believe that there's so much more that India can offer to the world. I take an example of GTA actually. So GTA is a very popular game, but it's not necessarily the culture or tradition of America. It instead shows a lot of other things that happen in America, and GTA then becomes a culture of its own. And if you think of India, then there are so many things that sort of can resonate with the global audience. So for example, sports, Indian cuisine, then world building, Indian dance and music. These are various things which the global, like the audience already knows about, or probably most of them, or a few of them at least, already like. So Indian mythology is one of the areas which has already been explored and captured by a lot of gaming studios, and there are a lot of games coming out. But I personally believe that beyond a point, people aren't really interested in the mythology and culture of, different countries beyond a point. I mean, for you to understand what it is, it's great. But for you to delve deep into it and actually play an immersive game for years, it doesn't really make sense. But other things like Indian cuisine, people love Indian food across the globe. That is something they can relate to. So that is what we wanted to do. Also, one thing that always was in our mind is that we wanted to build games which people play. I mean, when we see random kids on the street playing a game we have built, it is an amazing feeling. So this is the scene from Dark Knight Rises where Alfred sees Batman finally having a peaceful moment in his life, and he just walks away. So something like having some random person playing a game you built, and you are just looking at the person playing that game and smiling because you built it. That is something that we sort of always had in mind. So now it brings a very important question, that can the open economy actually make a game a success? Like the open economy and the tokenomics we talked about? Definitely not. I believe that for the game to succeed, open economy, Web3 tokens, VR, AR, the medium of publishing, all of that comes second. First, the game needs to be still a lot of fun. The core game needs to be amazing. So for an example, to walk you through this point, I will be giving an example of a game that we are building. So one of our first games, it's called Cricket Shots. It's a cricket strategy game. And for us to decide what game do we build, we looked at the market. So for you to decide what game can you build, this is sort of like a market chart for gaming. This is how a genre grows. So this is, imagine this is the sports gaming genre. So in all different genres, these are sub-genres. So like casual, solo, strategy, simulation. These are sub-genres, and all the games, they start here at the bottom. Most new genres, people see solo and casual games come out. It could be, world building, it could be arcade games, it could be sports games. They start at this corner. And then over time, they keep on going up. Whenever there are no new users, there is revenue, the market is unlocking, and more people are coming, people start exploring different areas. So after a point, people start exploring strategy and, let's say, cooperative multiplayer, strategy and competitive multiplayer, etc. in that particular genre. So we studied the market for, so this is basically how it grows. We studied the market for different sports. So for example, basketball already has the whole area unlocked. So games are being built across all areas. Same is for football. Games are being built across all areas, and the whole subgenre market in football has already matured. But then we saw cricket. And cricket, we realized that it's still not matured, even though it is one of the most popular sports out there. There are still a lot of areas in this particular map which is still a white space, and where people can actually enjoy new experiences of a cricket game. So that is why we are building the game called Cricket Shots. It is strategy plus PvP plus social. And this is how we decided the market before we decided what game to build. This is a very short teaser of the gameplay. So in this game, you are the coach. You are not the player. And as the coach, you have to set strategies and tactics for your opponent. So you can build your team, or you can play different tactics, and you can tell your player, do you need to play harder, or do you need to play slower, or do you need to defend more, do you need to attack more? And that way your player continues playing. And lastly, there are various game modes like PvP, solo. You can join leaderboards. So we also have a lot of leaderboards going on right now. For example, we have started a new leaderboard just now for all the VivaTech participants with a prize pool of $100. So you can join, you can download the game, you can check out the VivaTech tournament in the league section, and you can join the game. If you win the games, you can start earning, you can start getting rewards directly, especially for all the attendees here. Next part, after we decided our market and after we decided what kind of a game we wanted to build, one very core thing that comes into picture is game progression. So game progression is super tricky. We had to work through multiple iterations for game progression. And these are like 4 core things that we realized matter in these genre of games. Deck building, unlocking new characters and creating a new team for all of your games. Then having various gaming modes which players can enjoy over time, rather than having a similar gaming mode for you to play again and again. Unlocking stuff, it could be level, it could be cosmetics, it could be buyable stuff, and something called a trophy road where you are going up on a leaderboard. It could be a national, international, or a global sort of a leaderboard. Next part is also very important. It's about social motivation, which is a very core factor for building any game. Beyond personal motivation, you also need to have some sort of a social motivation to continue playing a game. So what we have done is we have added various leaderboards. So one of the most interesting leaderboards we have is a city-wide leaderboard. So these are some cities from India. So when I start the game, I have to select my home city. And if let's say I select my home city as like some city in India, then whenever I play and win, that city also gets points. Or I can also select a country. And whenever I play, the country can also get points. So that way, I am creating a sense of emotion in the player. So if I'm supporting a country or a city, I might still end up playing more and more than just playing for myself. And obviously monetization, you have to divide your monetization into parts. We have done 2 parts. One is the consumables, which you can use. Second is cosmetics, and usable but reusable basically. So something you can buy and use multiple times. Cosmetics also falls under that category. And second is something you buy and you use and it's gone. So we are also experimenting across these. The next part is super interesting. So this is how to take a game towards product market fit after you have decided what to build. So I think in a game, these 2 metrics are most important: complexity and depth. So in the beginning, you can't have any depth if you don't add complexity. A game will be very boring. So you have to add complexity and your game starts going up. But the problem is most people don't know when to stop, because more is not more in this case. If the game gets too complex, it gets boring, people don't play it, people don't like it. What you have to instead do is optimize for getting the best depth with the least amount of complexity possible. So we actually experimented a lot around this space. So we built 14 gameplay versions of this current game that I showed you, and we launched 4 of them. Out of 4 launches, 3 failed horribly. We did not have any retention. Players thought it was too complex, and we sort of jumped around this curve. We had games which are a little less complex, a little more complex. They had a little more depth than the last one, a little less depth than the last one. So we sort of jumped around. We launched various times. We got players to come and play. And this is the 4th version, which we believe we have finally cracked the formula, where we have complexity which is enough to draw in people and depth to keep them inside, but not complex enough for them to get bored or irritated beyond a point. So I believe that after we have figured out the part of building a game economy, the market and idea, this is the next important step in any game's life cycle. Along with this, we are also building a gaming community. So this is something that I just wanted to add here, because if anyone is a gaming enthusiast and wants to be a part of the community, happy to have you on there. We do a lot of tournaments, we do a lot of game nights, online, offline. We also have a lot of prize pools for all of our games that we play. It is board games, online games, all of it is a part. So if anyone's interested, you can take a picture of the QR code and join our communities across Discord, WhatsApp, or Telegram. And slowly, we are also trying to get more developers and builders to join as well, rather than just players. We want to see if we can, get more people to build with us, get more people who can sort of build more experiences for people with us. Next is just a point of what we are doing. So, I mean, as I explained, India, as I said, has a lot of sectors which we can build on. So, cuisine is the next part that we are building on after sports. And we have been backed by the government of India, by the Startup India grant. And I think we are one of the very few, or probably the only ones, who the government has funded in the gaming and Web3 sector. And that is why I'm here talking a little bit about gaming and what we are building. So with this, I'm done with what I had to say, but happy to answer any questions or take any questions and talk to anyone offline after this.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
How do you actually work with other companies that are coming for your services, and how is the process usually?
So we are not actually providing services at the moment. We started by providing services to other companies, but now we are building our own games. So the games I showed are in-house products completely built by us, and we are launching them for the audience to directly download and play. But we have a few tokenomics models. So the model that I talked about, having a currency, building a social economy outside a silo. So those models we are probably thinking of opening up as APIs. So other game developers and gamers can integrate them in their game, and then they can have access to a service economy directly inside their game. Anyone else? No. But thank you so much everyone for listening patiently, and very happy to talk to you after this if anyone's interested. You can find me on LinkedIn or any other social media with my name. Yeah.
The group of 20.
Thank you, Harsh. We start with the next panel in another 2 minutes.
Hello everyone. We come from Tamil Nadu, the state down south, and we are happy to be here and share a few words on the developments that are taking place in our most exciting state. We are going to share some insights on how the Industry 5.0 economy is shaping up, and we have a few experts who are here with us to share their thoughts on the latest trends and how Industry 5.0, the transition is happening where we come from. Without further ado, I'd like to request Mr. Joseph Abraham. He's the founder of Startup Venture. He was recently the convener for You Imagine, one of the biggest events that happened, biggest tech events that happened in Chennai, where France was the country partner. So I would now like to request Mr. Joseph Abraham to introduce the speakers and take us forward in how the Industry 5.0 economy is shaping up where we come from.
Hello, thank you so much, Mr. Vinod, for sharing and sharing the context and setting the context for us. So I'd like to welcome Mr. MVS Money. Mr. MVS Money, has had a great stint in the IT staffing space, and then right now leads a couple of funds. And so he's from July Ventures. We have Gopi here with us. And Gopi is from, if I got it right, Boostable, right? So that's his latest venture, but prior to that, he's had a great stint. We also have Somasundaram, from Nema Soft, and he's passionate about culture tech, right? So we all have our own aspects to share. So without any much further ado, I want to get started with them, right? So our whole conversation here is going to be more around how Tamil Nadu as a state is leapfrogging to Industry 5.0, right? So that's what we want to talk about. And so I want to quickly pass on the mic to the panelists here to give their remarks, their opening remarks, and we'll get started from there.
Good afternoon. Industry 4.0 to 5.0 is a natural progress because of the technology. which is now adapted in various forms. The Tamil Nadu is best suited basically because we have combination of industries, and we have technology companies, and we have institutions, and we have an entertainment industry, which put together make Tamil Nadu as one of the good center for the Industry 5.0 growth and development. This is something which I have to qualify what is Industry 5.0 according to my view. That is something where the machine and the human being interact, and they learn continuously for their propulsion of further processes. I consider that as an Industry 5.0.
Thanks, Mani. Just to build on what he mentioned, let me give you a couple of examples of where Industry 5.0 comes to life. So if you look at robotic surgeries that are being performed, having real-time inputs to the surgeon on what could be done at that point in time would be an example of Industry 5.0 coming into operation. And we are seeing this already in Tamil Nadu. We have a few hospitals where cutting-edge robotic surgery is being performed, but they are transitioning into a place where there's going to be interaction which advises even the top-notch doctors towards which direction they need to go. That's just an example of what an Industry 5.0 could be. Another example would be installation of machines. So you have a very complex machine coming in. It's very challenging for you to install it because you need the right expertise at the right place. With the generative AI, converting some of the user manuals into very simple and easy cartoon videos or simple videos and helping you through the whole process. Even a layman or a 10-year-old child can install some of these very complex machines in a very easy way. So that's the power of Industry 5.0. With that, let me give the mic to Soma.
Good afternoon, all. So, in my view, the Industry 5.0 will be triggered by the hyper-personalization. So, the current gen want everything personalized, hyper-personalized. So, example, in the marriage industry, right? So, they want their gifts to be 3D printed on demand. So this is the main factor I would think that is going to drive the Industry 5.0.
So drawing parallels with France, right? So we have a very good relationship with France, with a lot of companies in France investing into India. And if you draw the parallels, you see that Tamil Nadu has this different hubs that have matured over, over the 8 years, with different industries, with different sectors that have come across and grown. And so with that parallel in mind, I want to quickly ask the panelists, how do you see Industry 5.2, this both angle of hyper personalization as well as this element of human touch, this seamlessness that is there, affecting all these industries, be it manufacturing, textiles, and so on and so forth?
I will take a very abstract example. In defense, most of the machineries in defense, probably which has to go for maintenance, we do not have such a qualified people to do that kind of a maintenance. I'll give an example of naval ecosystem, where the ships has to be maintained. The person who is actually a person who has been naval officer, the people who have been trained and then deputed there, they do not know how to shut down the machine and make it up the ships. So they have a VR, VR thing, which as soon as there is an issue in the maintenance, he goes to the panel and he looks at, puts the VR, and then finally operate that, whatever the switches has to operate, the way it has to come down and come up. Because the starting up of engine, slowing down and then starting up, it's a kind of a process which has been adopted. There is a company which was doing that for them to make sure that every naval officer has been trained quickly to make sure that they can sail as fast as possible. In defense, there are ample number of examples which can be incorporated just for using the Industry 5.0 concept, where the human being interact with the machine, and again when there is an issue, he interacts back by changing its codes.
Thanks. That's a fabulous example. And going one step back on the principles of 5.0, one of the core principles of 5.0 is it's putting social welfare and social value ahead of economic value, right? I mean, that's one of the biggest. So employee well-being, making sure that the whole workplace is designed around the employee. These are the principles. And going back many years, Tamil Nadu has always focused on figuring out how to get new technologies to the layperson or every citizen. And we see hubs. So Tamil Nadu is not just Chennai. We have some very strong hubs in Madurai, Coimbatore, Trichy, in multiple places, Tirunelveli, where we are seeing progress of technologies being implemented in to solve local problems, right? So if you see the agricultural, agri-tech that's happening, most of this is happening in the smaller towns, and they're taking the latest technology and applying it to solve the local problems. And that's fundamentally the principle of 5.0. It's not just about productivity, it's not just about economic value, but it's about social well-being and the employees benefiting from it. And we see that happening in multiple locations within Tamil Nadu, especially in areas like agriculture and healthcare for sure. So it's also going beyond manufacturing into other areas. One other example I want to give is in the technology space. This is pervading the technology space in a big way. So the IT-enabled services, providing high-end technology solutions to international clients. That's a place where 5.0 is going to really come into play very easily, seamlessly, and we already see that happening.
Looking at it in the culture point of view, right? So in the Industry 5.0, the food tech is thriving, right? So there is a democratic dividend in India. There is a young population of 20 to 30-year-old people of 40 million people. Under 30, 50 million people. So imagine the next 10 years, we are going to eat, digest everything that grows around the world. So the food tech is thriving. The young generation wants to eat more, eat different. So the devices that needs to support that, right? So that's thriving. Example, like Mr. Gopi said, from Coimbatore, the food tech industry, the machineries that make, for example, dry chutneys making machineries are thriving. So the Industry 5.4 is also fueled by the democratic dividend of India, which Tamil Nadu shares a major percentage in it. Yeah.
Check, yeah. So this, check. Okay, so very quickly, in terms of India as a nation and Tamil Nadu as a state, we have moved from being a producer country to being a consumer country. And that's been a huge shift, which means now we are ready to have a large, sense of, getting imports. We are happy to bring this exchange a lot more. That being on one side, with Industry 5.0 on the other side, how do you really see, this all of it moving together in tandem with the skilled workforce, right? So we have seen educational institutions out there, and there's a lot of growth happening there, a lot of immigration happening, but now a lot of them are coming back, and we have a very strong skilled workforce. And so is that being a very strong tailwind for the growth in terms of Industry 5.0 and so on and so forth?
Talking about the skilled workforce, the bigger issue is the technology is moving at a pace where each of the areas, the technology has moved much faster. So now what happens is, at what skill level that I have to train is a challenge. Unless we have a solution for quickly training the skilled workforce, as well as quickly deploy them for them to be used for any of the purposes, I think Industry 5.0 helps in most of the skilled workforce to be deployed much more faster. I have seen a company which does training for welding. That company actually, it is a kind of, you get the feel of a welding when you, not only welding, painting, both the sides. You get the actual feel of if you go wrong, what happens, and if you wanted to correct, what happens. So the skill can be trained, which can be trained in a 3 months time. They will be able to get trained in 15 days here, and then rest of another 30 days they can do it in the natural process, so that they can cut short the whole skill development in 50% of the time. I think, as you said, we are not only a consumer, we are also producer now, and then probably we need more skilled workforce for keeping up our GDP. That is something which we have to look at seriously by both the governments and the institutions to develop these skills. Industry 5.0 helps in a major way in terms of skilled workforce.
Thanks, Mani. And one of the core skills, like Mani was pointing out, that we have technology moving at a very, very rapid pace at this point in time. So, so it's not going to be a college education or an institution education that's going to make a difference in places like generative AI. We need the students to pick these up on their own. And there is a huge amount of encouragement, and we have an ecosystem that's supportive because they're already interacting with clients and other students across the globe, which leads to very fast implementation of the latest technology. So if I see generative AI, it's being offered as a solution to multiple companies right now. And 6 months ago, obviously, nobody had heard of it. Now everybody's talking about it. But more importantly, there are teams who are doing co-pilots for their clients right now, and it's advanced at such a rapid pace. And this is not traditional skill development through training or anything. This is just self-learning. People have figured out how to do it. And once you have an ecosystem that encourages you to do it, people have picked it up really fast. And the rapid pace at which we are moving, so we're going to be one of the leading appliers of generative AI in a very short period of time. So which, adding to that, it would also help the normal skill development process, but we do have the top, I would say 5 to 10% of the workforce who are moving very rapidly with zero support from academia, government, industry, chambers like us, because they have the fire, they have the capability, plus they have the ecosystem that's supporting them. Yeah.
Thank you, Kobi. See, what I observe, right? So the big institutions like IITs and IIMs, they have opened up. Anybody can do professional programs now. The alumni are growing, right? So, and colleges, their curriculum has become fluid. In the second year, if you have the full attendance, you can go do n number of internships. So it's changing, right? So the way we look at the education system is changing. And most importantly, I run a company, right? I run a fintech company. All my employees upskill themselves using YouTube. The content creation is thriving like anything in India. So the way we learn things are different. We're becoming different now. So the upskilling, if you have the will, there is a way. That's how it is now.
Back in Tamil Nadu, we have had various governments, but one of the unique things about Tamil Nadu has been that with every change of government, we see that the policies remain stable. So the new government doesn't come and change the policies. And so there are a lot of beautiful government policies in place. There are amazing programs in place. I would like the panelists to highlight a little bit about what those programs are that you have seen working really well, that can enable Industry 5.0.
So, an example of Tamil Nadu government, they have an excellent scheme called Nan Mudalvan, right? So, part of which I recently saw a LinkedIn post. Somebody was, praising them, saying that whichever student profile I see, they have an IBM cloud certification. I was wondering what happened, Then they went and checked that part of the Nan Mudalvan scheme, all the students are trained in IBM cloud certification. So that's an excellent way to start, right? So this is one of the initiatives created by the Tamil Nadu government. There's much more. So that's the one I wanted to share.
Since Mani is sitting next to me and he's going to talk about startup Tamil Nadu, I'm going to stay away from that. 3 weeks ago, IIT Madras started a responsible AI center, right? And it's probably the first in India, but also one of the first early movers globally. It's about making sure that when this pervasive technology comes in, that people are in control of the ethics and ethical standards of this. And the whole purpose of that unit is to make sure that we help entrepreneurs as well as business folks to be on top of the newer technologies like AI that they're implementing in their organization. So this was just announced about 3-4 weeks ago. We are going around making sure the industry is aware of it and people can use it. Of course, this is not just for Tamil Nadu. It's available for the whole of India and even outside if they want to use this. But it is it's an initiative which I think will go a long way in helping us make sure that the implementation of these technologies are responsible and ethical.
Primarily in Tamil Nadu is across, I think in many countries in Asia also adapted what Tamil Nadu is practicing called ICT Academy. The ICT Academy is one such resourceful engagement between institution and the organization which is available in Tamil Nadu. And initially it started with the software as the base. Now they are now going into electronics and now they are going into skill development also. They are going deeper into that. More than that, we have many funds which are available in Tamil Nadu for entrepreneurs to utilize it for all sectors. It is not only for the niche people who have come from IITs, it is for every sector, including some of the tribals available in the state has been funded through government institutions, and that funding is not for just doing things, and they have been supported by the technology which is available for the tribals to use to become better. So I can keep on mentioning about what are the schemes which is available, but it is very conducive, and government has understood that skill development is not one exercise by which you say that I do like this and I get the skills. Because I open colleges, I get the skills. Now they are also very, very serious about having a separate engagement for developing skills as well as an entrepreneurship.
Great. So I also been part of the advisory at the Tamil Nadu, government for IT, and one of the things I observed is that there's this element of we focusing not just on social equity but also on the ESG aspect of things, right? So when we are focusing and foraying into industry 5.0, not 4.0, we're leapfrogging to 5.0, right? So we also have this element of embracing the ESG goals, and I want the panelists to also highlight some of the things that they have seen, and this will be the last question that I am asking you, and we'll open up for other questions as well.
One of those things that I see which is very nice is, there's this joke that all Tamilians are vegetarians, which is not true. But there is a significant food habit which leans towards vegetarianism. And I see that picking up in most parts of the world. And I'm also seeing technology companies in India coming up with alternative proteins and, examples of having an plant-based egg product, right? So these are things which we have had traditionally. There's been a lot of vegetarian recipes, but now they're coming out into the open, and this is I would say, and most of these are done in a very eco-friendly fashion. So I'm just giving one of the examples where we're saying culturally what we have had is becoming a trend globally, and how can we take the essence of it and make sure it's made available in different parts of the world could be very interesting, because this is a trend we see in the US and in Europe now. There's a a lot of vegan food coming in and so on. And we have a lot of technologies from the past, very primitive technologies, but we do have that which has been there for a very long part of our culture. And that's nice to see that it's picking up. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, what I have recently come across is actually there was an announcement by the Tamil Nadu government. There is a big investment coming from Taiwan for a vegan leather shoe manufacturing facility. I actually, for the France trip, I bought a vegan leather shoe made by a startup called Monk Story, based out in Chennai. They make footwear out of vegan products. Example like the mango cover, the thing. So this is the this thing is picking up now, and in the food tech industry, you can see the very innovative packaging, right? So palm leaf packaging and banana leaf packaging, and beyond that, right? These are all regular things, right? They are going beyond that. They're becoming very creative in terms of packaging. So these are the two things I came across recently. Yeah.
So sustainability, I think Tamil Nadu has been foremost, basically because if you look at Vola scooters, which is an EV, which is present in Tamil Nadu. That is, we had fortunate enough to have first 2 or 3 two-wheeler, electric two-wheeler started from the Tamil Nadu side. And if you look at engagement in institutions, large incubation centers, we have many things which is happening in kind of EV side, which has been more proponent by all the institutions, and I think Tamil Nadu will lead into this, even including the battery. Let me give example. Sengo Bin is present in Chennai. That shows that how much Tamil Nadu has been giving the importance of sustainability, and because Sengo Bin is the what do you call it's an identity for sustainable products, and that is present in Chennai. And that is something which is very, very easy for us to relate to how Chennai and Tamil Nadu was related to the ESG goals. And we learn from each other. We learn from the industries which are present there, and they push the limits of what they can do. Other industries can follow that.
Okay, so time for any questions. If you have any questions around Tamil Nadu or Industry 5.2. Awesome. So that's Soma Sundaram, and we call him Soma, and that's Gopi. And MVS, his name is MVS Money, but we call him MVS. So, and I'm Joseph. Thank you so much for joining us today and listening patiently to us. It was nice interacting with all of you. There's an India story, there's a Tamil Nadu story. We want you to be part of that story. So come join, talk to us, let's interact and create some amazing stories out there. Thank you so much.
Friends, as a part of this delegation, the Southern India Chamber of Commerce, which is deeply invested in knowledge creation, also came up with this knowledge report that we would like to release today, a knowledge report on the road ahead for India-France collaboration. I request our senior board member, Mr. Inba Vijayan, to release this report, and Ms. Benedict, the president of the Chamber of Commerce in France, to receive the copy of the book. I also request Mr. Joseph Abraham to join, and the other members to join for this opportunity, please.
Sorry,
Finish it.
So I would like to invite Okay, so I'd like to draw your attention very quickly to very quick release of another report. I'd like to invite the MD of IMMS, Franklin, to be on the stage. Can you please join on the stage? And we'd like to invite Benedict as well to come and receive the report. Okay, let's all put our hands together as this report is being released.
Hello. Hi. Thanks, everyone. So we have next session going to start by name of G20 Digital Innovation Alliance at 3:30. So stay tuned. Thank you. Attention everyone, please. So we have a session at 3:30 about G20 Digital Innovation Alliance. We are going to start it very soon, requesting everyone to please be seated here. Thank you. Hello. Hi, very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Surya, and we are going to start the session of G20 Digital Innovation Alliance. So before starting the session, I'll just would like to brief you about what exactly it is about. So the objective of G20 Digital Innovation Alliance is to identify, recognize, and enable the adoption of innovative and impactful digital technology developed by startup from G20 country plus 9 partner countries as well as. And these 9 partner countries are the invited guest country, which can address the needs of humanity into the 6 critical sector, focusing into the agri-tech, health tech, fintech, edtech, secure digital infrastructure, and circular economy. This session will be focused about that how we can put an impactful human life betterment in terms of the digital innovation and for the betterment of humanity. So thank you so much for joining this session. And before I start the session, I would like to introduce our honorable guest and the speaker for this panel. The first of all, Mr. Satya Meena, CFO James. Please welcome his on board. And then Mr. Jitendra Vijay, CEO, Mighty Startup Hub. Then we have Ashish from Thales India Country Director. Then we have Louisa, who is taking care for the investment part, working over the cross-border innovation and all those components. And then we have our moderator, Ojasvi Babar, CEO, MIT Incubation Center. Thank you so much. So before we going to start, we have a small 2 minutes video about the G20 Digital Innovation Alliance. Can you have the video, please?
The group of 20 represents around 85% of the global GDP, over 75% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. Led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, in its year of G20 presidency, aspires to bring humanity together to help shape a new paradigm of sustainable globalization inspired by the traditional philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or one earth, one family, one future.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी.
With the world fast adapting to digital innovations, India is inviting global startups and innovation from all G20 member initiatives in 6 sectors under Digital Innovation Alliance. The G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Summit will be held in the city of Bengaluru and will see global speakers, startups, unicorns, industries, corporate and the government aiming to showcase digital solutions for various world economies. The summit will not only celebrate the startups but find transformative digital solutions that are needed for the betterment of economies and the upliftment of humanity. Transforming billions of lives across the globe, the Digital Innovation Alliance is a decisive step towards equitable growth for one and all, with the vision to create a futuristic, prosperous, inclusive, and developed society at its core.
So that's a quick video about the G20 Digital Innovation Alliance. Just to announce in the next stage, this grand summit is going to happen during 17th to 19th August at Bengaluru. Thank you so much. I'll over to Ojasvi.
Thank you, Surya. Welcome, everyone. And I'm sure everybody has had their cup of coffee. It's an after-lunch session. Great. So, without wasting any time, I'm going to start with Jeet, since it's G20 Digital Innovation Alliance. Just wanting to understand, your perspective with G20 Digital Innovation Alliance's launch. How do you see, in terms of technological advancements and digital inclusion for all the across global borders as such, what do you see has been the essence of it? What has been the thesis and the premise behind DIA? And what do you think would be the best of the outcomes out of this initiative?
All right, thank you so much. And it's a great honor and privilege to be here today with all of you. And we can feel the energy of VivaTech, the vibrancy, the energy. And this is the second year in a row I'm here as part of the delegation from Ministry of Electronics and IT and Department of Investment Promotion, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. So as you know, India was the first country partner for VivaTech last year. And this year also we are here with a delegation of 60 plus startups. And this is because there's a strong relationship between India and France in particular, and India with the developed world in general. And the reason for that is the shared values of democracy, drive, discipline, ambition that we have. Because ultimately the goal is that how does our youth solve the problem for tomorrow? So now under India's G20 presidency, our Honorable Prime Minister has given the vision that it's one earth, one family, and one future. We all have to work together. So as part of that, we have launched something called Digital Innovation Alliance. In that, we have identified 6 sectors which are important for global humanity, be it agriculture, which feeds the world's population, healthcare, which is needed by elderly as well as the young, be it education, which is the basic principle for growth of humanity, or the cybersecurity or circular economy, and fintech. These are the 6 sectors which come together to provide solution for the world's problems. Now, as part of this program, all the G20 nations and 9 invited guest countries are nominating their top startup to be part of this program. So that's 174 startups from 29 countries that are taking part in this program. And you may ask, what do they get out of it? The beauty of this program is that we are doing a 2-month virtual accelerator for these startups, where the global speakers from around the world are giving sessions and talking about how do you enter a Middle East market, how do you enter a North American or African market. Plus, when we have this summit, there's going to be pitching competition made up of startups in all these 6 sectors presenting to the global jury. And investment awards will be given to startups in all 6 categories, top first, top second, top third, then Best Female Founder Award, and Best Audience Choice Award. So it's a big investment that the government of India is making in this program. We are inviting the startups to apply. We are paying for their hotel stay as well when they come to India, just to show the commitment that we have to this program, that everyone should work together to solve the major problems that we have in the world. Now, just to touch a little bit on the opportunities. For example, a country like India, which is only $3.5 trillion economy, very small compared to, let's say, US or China, which is $20+ trillion economy. But India has been able to solve problems at scale, solving problems for 1.4 billion people using digital innovations. For example, UPI, which is the largest, fastest fintech platform in the world. Let's talk about COVID app, which did the vaccination records for more than 1.5 billion dosage during the pandemic. So a digital product that's scalable to the extent of having more than 1 billion records on it. Let's talk about ONDC, which is our new initiative to democratize the online commerce. So everyone can participate in the commerce platform, even in the remotest village. Fourth is the healthcare. We have something called National Digital Health Mission, which is making healthcare accessible, affordable, and available to the elderly and the most needy in the remotest parts of India. Now, if India could do it alone in a developing economy's contrast, why can we all not work together and build solutions which are scalable, interoperable, and which can be taken to the rest of the world where the needs are great. So that is the ultimate vision behind this program. And I think I would invite everyone to come to Bangalore for the summit because they will really get to see that transformation that startups can bring through their solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeet. And I'd just get back to what's something you said, the great digital initiatives, ONDC and the others. One of such initiatives I know is GEM, the government e-marketplace. So this question is for you, Satya. The kind of volumes that GEM has done in its first year, that's I think north of 2 lakh crores. It's unprecedented. No other platform has seen such kind of volumes all across. So what has been the secret sauce, and what drove you all to start off with GEM and then reach such 2 lakh figures and right under working underneath the government as such and opening it up to the entire country as a whole?
Thank you, Babar. Good afternoon, everyone. GEM, Government E-Marketplace. This is a public procurement portal, Unified National Public Procurement Portal. And before 2016, there used to be, in Indian scenario, there used to be a DGSNT, if you might have familiar with this system. That was very typical government system, and that time before during 2016 the need of change was envisioned, and because the system, old system was very rudimentary, and it was because it was very local suppliers used to be there. There was no uniformity in price finding, and no supply and demand was assessed. So that time it was needed that a portal, a technological solution should be there, and then it used to take lots of time for various process, stakeholder management, and the process, policy makers used to have a very big role, and there was no uniform policy because in individual section or segment we used to have a different process for procurement. So it was taking so much time and energy and wastage of money. So that time government, a technology enabled solution was envisioned, and after 2016, with respective of all stakeholders, concept of GEM envisioned, and now with inclusion of all stakeholders, and this GEM, we are able to create a uniform platform where we are able to do all kind of procurement for various goods and services. And last year we have crossed 2 lakh crores GMV, and almost we have a 50 lakhs products. 30 lakhs products on our portal. So with the use of and leveraging of technology, we are able to utilize it. And now we are more focused and committed by leveraging technology to take this platform further.
Thank you. And it's actually commendable having 30 lakh products doing 2 lakh, 2 lakh crores of turnover, and that too keeping while keeping in mind the entire transparency of the entire system, the entire government. By the way, just to mention that government, GEM, the government e-marketplace, the entire procurement for the government happens through the GEM marketplace. And with 30 lakh products, it's quite easy for the government to procure that in a very transparent manner. So kudos to you. But you did mention that you had invested heavily in technology, keeping that in mind. So I'd have a question for you, Ashish, here. With technology comes a lot of constraints. You have to take care of the entire cybersecurity. While we have done it in one nation with the Digital Innovation Alliance, we'd be opening it up across the borders with most of the countries working together. And each euro has its own norms and others. So what is your take on it? In terms of the infrastructure for data protection, in terms of the euro norms and the other norms which are there with regards to privacy and the others. So what is your take on what should be ready with in terms of infrastructure and the mindset before the Digital Innovation Alliance actually reaches out to the different stakeholders and we make it a success?
Okay, so thank you, Jasvi. Post-COVID, COVID accelerated the digital adoption in the world. If I talk about India, in 2019 we had 23 billion digital transactions, and last year that number already was upwards of 80 billion digital transactions, where today we have close to over 1 billion smartphone connections that exist in India. So there are 1 billion people roaming around with a smartphone. Connectivity is everywhere. Cyber obviously is flourishing, and not only cyber, with cyber the amount of digital transactions and the digital just interactions are growing. In a world which is moving so fast, and this cannot be controlled, as much as we try to stop the progress, that's going to be tough. What really needs to happen is very quickly we need to gather up some frameworks that will allow, number one, ethical adoption of digital practices, right? Number two, laws to govern the digital ecosystem. Because today it's progressing so fast that, the laws, I don't think have caught up, or, in most of the cases are not even there. Third part is standardization, because if we look at digital for public good, right, the amount of fears today that digital creates, as much as it creates progress, it creates equal amount of fears. Is my data secure? Am I making secure transactions? Is my money secure? Is my, are my biometrics even secure? So is AI going to steal our jobs, right? And the questions are endless. So how do you curtail all this? You curtail all this by putting up a framework that basically regulates the deployment of all these, creates standard laws and adoption practices that not only confine to a national border like India's, rather extend to other countries or continents. I mean, Jeet gave a classic example of UPI, right? UPI as a technology needs to be evolved and adopted globally. And some of the countries have already come up. We are looking at 1.4 billion people doing digital transactions using UPI on a daily basis. So scaling it to 7 billion should not be a big issue. I mean, India has already shown the way. So a framework that needs to be deployed or scaled up across the world, where then we can start taking the digital to cross-border deployments. It's just good for the humanity, because India, like Jeet said again, is shown the way, where a remotest man in a remotest village, whose probably income is approximately 50 euros per month, is now using digital to pay, to receive money, to receive government benefits and so on. So a standardization will only help the world kind of take this to a new scale, and the laws that govern it will make sure that we are safer in such a world where everything is progressing the digital way.
That's great. The first thing that you spoke, ethical, we would have to work on, norms which work within the constraints of the ethics that are there. Now, with this, a lot of startups are any which way is going to come in. So, Lisa, I have a question for you. You've been actively
Yes.
investing with startups in the impact space as well.
Yes.
Now, with initiatives like the Digital Innovation Alliance, which would create technological advancements for digital products, and there would be no borders per se. With the right infrastructure and norms coming in, hopefully the various other constraints related to consumption of these products would also be taken care of. So
Yes.
what trends do you see here in startups? What has been your learning across? And if there's such an opportunity wherein the digital border, it's a borderless world, what kind of startups do you see coming up?
Yeah, yeah. It's first of all, thank you for involving me in this interesting session. I feel honored and privileged to share this discussion. I fully agree with all the points and the experience that shared. Now, the global landscape, so what I call cross-border for cross-fertilization, it's about how you scale a company, for example, developed in India outside the borders. So for sure, this company can solve problems outside. But the point is, how can be supported in each geography, and which is the impact of this company in other geographies, impact in terms of jobs, in terms of competition, in terms of also how it's impact the local balance between politics, economy, because each country has its own structure. So we discussed before about, for example, healthcare. India is very well known for Ayurvedic healthcare. I have invested in a health tech company which is pooling the Ayurvedic specialist in India. And so I'm saying, do we have an opportunity to go to Europe, for example? So I take a concrete example. So the point is, this sector is known, but in the same time, how you support the commercial development of the company outside the border. Do we have an ecosystem to do that? And this makes a difference, because local financial entities support local companies. So in that case is how to support financially these companies to be successful out of the borders, starting from the point that they create values outside the borders. So my logic is, for example, to choose companies that creates value for their own country, for India, but they have the capacity to solve problems outside through this through the peculiarities of your historical legacy. So in that case, it's natural medicine, is very old solution for wellness, which is a very important wave here. But how to scale it?
Absolutely, I think. No, absolutely. I think the biotech startup that you just mentioned about Ayurveda is something it's ingrained in India.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of startups which have been on the GEM portal there as well, and there's been a lot of procurement happening there. But how does it globally scale is another question. Also.
Yeah.
So with this digital innovation happening across sectors, there are some shifts which are happening in the global economic space. So what do you feel is the would be and this question is to all of you. What do you see as the one major economic benefit that is going to happen because of initiatives like the Digital Innovation Alliance as such, and per se to the entire startup ecosystem, to the procurement ecosystem as such, and of course to the space of cybersecurity, AI, and the others, with us all going borderless? So maybe we'll start with you, Ashish.
See, anything that brings a billion people on a single platform, right? It creates opportunities. I mean, in ONDC, for example, I mean, ONDC is a platform that's basically going to look at providing opportunities to people who cannot afford to pay 30% to the platform makers who market, right? Similarly, what it does is it creates last mile connectivity and last mile opportunity. I mean, there are people, and specifically I speak about a country like India, where we have a lot of remote population which needs to get benefited on the digital side. And how do you do that? Is you do that when you deploy some things at a scale that are incredibly affordable. GEM allows anyone sitting literally anywhere to say, look, I have a product which meets the need. I'm going to bid for it, and I'm going to be a supplier. And then what it does is it creates opportunities, and it creates, I'm going to say jobs, because a country like us definitely needs to be deploying a population of over 1 billion that creates transactions, that leverages opportunities. And if they do that, I mean, the kind of the engine of the economy, it just takes off. So to me, that's the benefit of achieving a scale like this. I mean, if you want to draw parallels, right? The Amazons of the world, what have they done? They basically, the scale is so immense that it becomes too big to fail, and then that automatically grows in itself. So we're talking about a similar situation here.
To add to this, I think we talk about the digital and the benefit is because reality is 2/3 of the global population still suffers from digital divide. It's not that internet economy is everywhere. We take it for granted. But the fact of the matter is that wherever there is internet economy, transactions are happening, prosperity is happening, more and more participants are getting active in the economics of the existence. And when you do that, that's when what we call inclusive development happens. It's not only to the large cities in India or in New York, Paris, or Johannesburg. It's in the small towns and villages that people can participate and be actually an actor in the economy, not just be a consumer of whatever limited goods that are provided to a small village, right? So democratization of economic activity through reducing digital divide. Now, second part is where India really stands is that we, as Ashish mentioned, we have cheapest data at this point. We have comprehensive connectivity across all the geographies and topographies of India. Third, we have a very reasonably priced handsets, less than $100, right? So when you give handsets that are cheap, data that's cheap, connectivity for everyone to connect to, now that has created the boom in data creation. India is creating the largest amount of data at this point. 1.4 billion people, if they have all smartphones, and that's a data economy we are living in now. And new age startups, for them, data is the raw material. Data is the raw material for all of the future startups. Be it in your IoT space, they need to have a AI integration to understand these sensitivities around the factory floor operations or elsewhere, right? So be it IoT, be it AI, be it metaverse, all these three things will all have some element of data creation around it. So we have to really look at data comes through. We have to reduce the divide. The ethics of data, policy, privacy, anonymization, aggregation, sandboxing it, all those factors come into play. But we have to take it for a fact that it is the responsibility of the global leadership to figure out how do we connect more and more people together with each other so they can build their own communities, they can build their own economies, and they can all actively participate to enhance their well-being and their human condition.
To answer your question, Baba, India's leadership is very committed at this stage. The moment I'm mentioning this word, that transparency, efficiency, and inclusivity. These are the three parts we are taking care through this GEM portal. Transparency, so that all stakeholders, by leveraging technology, all stakeholders can be very transparently play each other's part. And all central line ministries, associated departments, and other associated bodies have been directed to do all kind of procurements mandatorily through GEM. And the moment and through digital technologies, we are trying to achieve efficiency. And the moment I mention inclusivity, all segments, be it geographical, be it social, all sectors are part of this thing, and they are, like Ashish mentioned, each and every person, a remotest person can be a seller, because earlier, because of limitation of such kind of system, they were not able to part, or they don't find themselves suitable. But now, with such kind of system and success of the system, and now I can just share you few of the details, that as on that approximately 70,000 government buyers are part of this system. 64 lakhs sellers are available. We have approximately 12,000 product categories, approximately 300 service categories. Like I mentioned earlier, approximately 32 lakhs products are available on GEM platform, and till date, approximately 2 crores orders has already been fulfilled. And though last year we have crossed 2 lakh crore GMV, but since the inception of this platform, approximately 4 lakh crores GMV has been crossed. So we can see the kind of achievements we are trying to get through such kind of decision, so that at least we can showcase our commitment.
Yeah, I think, to complete all these points, I think that this global technology, there is what we see. We discuss about all these businesses, but also the values that are behind all the businesses. So the fact that a very populous country like yours was able to transform the society through digital, inside ethics, integrity, transparency, is a great example of the fact that humanity can do that. I can do that in different segments. And one of the reasons why I start working with the country is exactly this capacity to transform a very diverse ecosystem and bringing it into values. So after that, you can build businesses across these values. So this is why I'm thinking about Ayurveda, or we think about headhunting. For example, you see headhunting companies looking for a specific profile with strong values, companies which are involved in ESG. All these aspects, I would say, digital enables all of us to share the values that are inside our initiatives. And this is clearly easier, I would say, for a very large country.
Yeah, so the other question here is that, India has done wonderfully well with the, ONDC GEM and the other initiatives, very well optimized. But with the Global Digital Innovation Alliance, integrating it with different economies would have a bit of other set of challenges as such. What 3 top challenges do you see in the entire, initiative as such, which would we be able to overcome? Thankfully to the wonderful execution here in the country.
See, from where we stand is 3 elements. One is the cybersecurity, because you have to create frameworks around security of data, and protection of the people whose data it is. Second is the skilling. This digital skilling is a key component in terms of how do we bring everybody on board. It's skilling not only technical, but in using digital the right way. So there's a whole skilling around it. Third is the standardization. And that's where the government to government, G2G, bilateral, trilateral, multilateral negotiations and agreements are taking place under India's G20 presidency. One of the key focus area is to build a global consensus or a G20 consensus around data harmonization, data location, data anonymization, cybersecurity, digital scaling. So if you can bring countries together, and it's not only about India's viewpoint on it, it's India is laying out, every member is contributing, everyone's views are being integrated, and as a collective, we have to come up with a global framework and a standard setting body that can actually monitor these in a transnational network, whereby all these things can be seamlessly integrated from national to transnational level. And I think the governments are working on those elements.
That's great. So, another question for the panel again, and maybe this is the last question before we open the Q&A for the audience as such. What do you think has been the country's greatest contribution to the entire digital world? And Ashish would have to start off with there. Wherein, of course, we've led initiatives in a lot of aspects as such. But what do you feel has been the greatest contribution in opening up the entire digital economy?
Besides UPI, I am going to highlight the use of biometrics, right? We have, just starting with Aadhaar, which is our national ID scheme, we are talking about identifying using biometrics over 1 billion people, registering their biometrics and identifying them with biometrics, linking their biometrics and the cell phones to the national identity so that benefits can be obtained to the remotest person in India, right? Now we have taken this biometrics to a next level. 2 examples: smart cities and smart airports. So the deployment of 100 smart cities in India, right? And I don't think it's a concept that's actually sold very well. We've been very modest about deploying this. But the amount of biometric based identification that is done in the deployment of smart cities is unprecedented, and we are not stopping. It's a continuous development. Secondly, we have been the leading adopter of biometric based authentication at airports. Our DigiYatra Foundation and the DigiYatra deployment, and today it's almost done at, let's say, 20 airports, right? And these 20 airports are not small airports. We are talking about airports like Delhi, Mumbai, etc. So who handle about, over 100 million passengers a year, right? We have deployed biometrics where your face is your boarding pass. So before even a person starts from his home, he has a boarding pass. He associates that boarding pass with his face. When he arrives to the airport, his face is his boarding pass, and he's moving. He's moving without checking identity. He's going to security and boarding an airplane, essentially without, touching anything or without contacting a human being. So the scale of this is starting to be unprecedented. Today we are experientially deploying it at approximately 20 airport. But imagine a 20 airport experimental deployment, right? That it in itself is over 100 million passengers. And the enhancement of that, we are going to talk about 100 plus airports with DigiYatra or Fly to Gate deployment where your face is your boarding pass. So I think we are, in this case, showing the world how to do it, and really in a contactless manner, again for the public good, where this is going to be a deployment which will be again setting an example across the world. I mean, we see some of these deployments in Europe, for example, as well, but just again, the scale of India just takes it to a different notch.
To build on Ashish's perspective, so he talked more about, let's say, middle class and the upper middle class and the impact it's having because of the technology. I'll give you the other example. There's something called Jam Trinity. It's the Jan Dhan bank account, Aadhaar card, which is the identity card, and mobile phone. JAM, J-A-M. Now, what that has done is Jan Dhan bank accounts are hundreds of millions of bank accounts were opened for the most impoverished people in India, so the direct benefits could be transferred to them. Because government has a social good, provides benefit to the lower strata of the population where there's a need for it. But there's a lot of leakage, seepage, spoilage on the way. But by doing direct benefit transfer, all of that inefficiencies of the process were taken. Now linking that with your Aadhaar card, with the identity, the misuse was also taken out of the system. Identity was clarified. Linking it with the mobile phone made it easy to use and also provide another, let's say, triangulation matrix for identity verification. Now the beauty of this Jam Trinity was during pandemic time, when people were scared, shut in their homes, now the laborers, the impoverished people, the elderly, the disabled, the needy, who needed these government benefits, they were able to get these benefits directly transferred into their bank account. They did not have to go anywhere. We are talking about hundreds of millions of people are getting benefits directly into their accounts just because our Honorable Prime Minister had the foresight to focus on digital India, that we need to focus on digitization of India. Had we not done that, then the implications and the consequences during a pandemic, during COVID-19, could have been quite different. But India was able to handle it very respectfully with the minimal implications because of these policies of digital enablement, digital inclusion, and digital empowerment of the population.
In addition to this, I would like to mention digital payments, UPI, where India is leading by contributing 44% of the complete entire digital payments which is being done by India. And third, from my perspective, it is JAM, where we have a challenge and now we are able to overcome it for participation through various stakeholders, including states. Last year, once I mentioned 2 lakh crores, 1,60,000 crores were done through centralized government institute, and approximately 40 to 60,000 crores were done through various states. Now adaptation and states are really coming up very well with the acceptance of this model. So we are including every aspect of all the stakeholders, and with such kind of things, I think we'll be able to cover this year at least 2.75 lakhs crore GM.
Absolutely. I think, Lisa, I'm coming back to you here, but I must appreciate and applaud the initiatives wherein the government has, worked hand in hand with almost all the stakeholders, be it corporates, be it other ministerial departments, other governments, even startups for that matter, wherein METI has taken a great lead. The GEM open marketplace as such. So, Lucia,
and this is our values inside all that. Yeah, I would conclude sharing another sector industry which has been benefiting by digital, which is education and the access to education to a large population. And you have in India 2 great examples of unicorns in the education space, Eruditis and Biju, something like that. Baiju, yes. which grows in the country through acquisitions and became a reference. And these two success stories shows also how digital is so important to give access to education, to affordable prices, to a very large population. So this is another example of how digital can impact, can improve the quality of life, and can be also exported, I would say, outside the country.
And now with this, I can say I'm sure you're looking at education technologies in your impact sector in this. So great. Thank you all. That has been a great panel. We just quickly open it up for any Q&A if you would have any questions. The lady there has a question. I'll just.
Great panel, thank you. I had a question regarding funding. I'd like to understand how much of the funding to all these startups comes from the local funds, private and public grants, and also from international funds investing in India.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's a great question. So, quite a lot of funding is needed to build an ecosystem, and especially in a country that's culturally risk averse. India is a risk averse country. So now changing the narrative from a risk averse to risk taker, it requires a lot of conviction and momentum building. And so our Honorable Prime Minister back in 2016 launched the Startup India initiative. And because he had the foresight that Digital India and Startup India both started around the same time, will play a critical role in the future of India. And with the youngest population, you can't really provide employment to everybody, so they have to create their own employment. So now government, today we have close to 100,000 innovation-led startups registered with the government. We have more than 108 unicorns in India today. So the scale is huge. And that has happened in the last 5-6 years only. And over there, the intervention that the government has done is, for example, that Ministry of Electronics and IT, which I am part of, we have a startup hub that I'm the CEO of. And so we have close to 120 incubators across India, in every parts of India. We have 50 center of excellence, 20 in deep tech and 25 in emerging tech. So laser, photonics, nanoelectronics, plus emerging tech, AR, VR, gaming, VFX, animation, 5G, blockchain. So we have these center of excellence. Then we have got 25 accelerators that we are funding. So all in all, just one ministry is supporting 150 physical assets across the country. Similarly, Niti Aayog, another ministry, has an Atal Innovation Mission, which is also funding a lot of incubators and Atal Community Centers. DPIIT, which is the main Startup India, they are funding a lot of startups through their Startup India Seed Fund scheme, whereby I think they're giving up to $50,000 at an early stage and $200,000 at a later stage. Even at Mighty, we give money to startups for idea validation. So even before you register a company, we'll give you up to, let's say, $10,000, $15,000 to validate your idea. Then for prototype creation, we give you around $20,000 to create the first prototype. Then we give you around $60,000 for commercialization. So idea validation, prototype creation, commercialization, these are just the first early stage programs we have. Then we have a matching fund program, whereby if you're able to raise money from a private investor like Louisa, we'll do the matching funding of up to $70,000 or so on the same terms as she's investing. That way we are attracting private money to come into the early stage. After that, we have a fund of fund, which invests in venture funds, which invest in electronic and hardware startup. So we have funding schemes all the way from idea level to fund of fund to ensure that we can provide funding support to these startups at all stages of their requirement. But again, caveat is that government can do only this much. It's the players like Luisa and a lot of large VC funds, both domestic and the international, that are the reason behind India's success today.
Can I complete what Jeet is sharing with all of you? Is that as we are in France, it's important to make the comparison and it creates a reference. So we have in France an ecosystem with VCs, private equity, and government funds. And it's important to underline that India has the same logic. So combine private money with public money, with public knowledge and private knowledge, and in a clearly larger scale, considering that the country is 1 billion 5 people, but I would say the system engineering is very similar. And it is the investment ecosystem of India is clearly very unknown here in France, and I'm investing in the country since more than a decade. And despite different meeting sessions that I had here in France, it's still unknown. So over this time, this session will contribute to create this awareness. I have the privilege to be part of the Indian Venture Capital Association, which is the equivalent of Invest in France we have. And in India, you have something like between 2,000 and 3,000 investment funds. Includes the big one, the smaller one, and I'd say the population. So the ecosystem which supports the unicorns or the startups can be comparable to what we have here.
And for a moment, I'm going to take off my moderator hat and vouch to what just Vijay said, because we run a network of incubators across the country and a capital ventures fund as well, and we've been supported by 2 of the initiatives that Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has been doing, under which there is a match funding. So in India at this point of time, broadly I can say, if anybody has an idea or a concept, starting from $5,000 to $5 million, if the idea is good, it would not go unfunded. There are incubators dedicatedly working towards that, and thanks to the government support, especially to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Atal Innovation Mission, the Invest India, and Startup India Seed Fund scheme, any deserving startup, you can very confidently say that it would not go unfunded. Right. So great. Any further questions? Then thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Luisa, Satya, Jeet, and Ashish. It's been a great moderating this session. Lots of learnings personally for me as well. Thank you.
Hello. Can I please request you all to be seated? We have the next session now. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting you all to please be seated. Okay. Let me start. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the next session now. So, can you please be seated? So now we have an exciting discussion ahead featuring very bright minds and influential voices in the field of health tech who will share insights on the topic transforming healthcare delivery, the role of health tech in India's digital revolution. Let's welcome our speakers. So we have Ms. Garima, who's a unicorn founder from Pristine Care. She's the co-founder of Pristine Care. The session will be moderated by Ms. Fatima Benazir, who is the co-founder of Azuka Labs. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, all. So, welcome to this session. We'll be having a informal discussion about India's transformation in the healthcare sector with digitalization pre and post COVID. So, I think we are at the cusp of transformation with a lot of companies and startups. Companies and startups embracing AI technologies. Say, for example, we have AI Health Hathway here, who's using AI to have a digital stethoscope, enabling remote monitoring and personalized healthcare. So over to you, Garima. Can you just set the context on the structure of the healthcare system in India, how it has been before digitalization, and what is the change that you see after digitalization?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I'll just introduce about myself. I am Dr. Garima Sahani. I am one of the co-founders of a healthcare startup in India. It's called Pristine Care. It's about elective surgeries, and we do elective surgeries with complete digitalization and in an asset-light manner. So coming back to your question, Fatima, pre-COVID and post-COVID, digitalization has brought a lot of change in the healthcare sector. What I remember, we know the sectors are basically primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. But, everything was something which used to happen physically. One patient has to go to the doctor to show about like the disease to the doctor, and the doctor would write down a prescription and tell about the disease and the treatment. Now, post digitalization, we can see a lot of changes happening in all the sectors, whether it's primary, secondary, tertiary. Now, in primary, what we have seen that telemedicine has come up really well in our country like India, and with different different digitalization media of by the government like Ayushman Bharat digitalization in India, we can see a lot of telemedicine consultations happening in primary sector as well as secondary sector. So what I can say major transformation which has happened because of the digitalization is that now the patients are aware about their problem. They can go on the internet, they can search for their disease, they can search for the doctor, they can actually look for the reviews of the doctor and come to the clinic and show to the doctor there, or they can do a video consult or a virtual consult with the doctor and can get an e-prescription and stuff. Now, in cases where the secondary surgery needs to be done, whether like a patient is in tier 1 city or in a rural city of India, they know that they have to undergo a surgery, so they can also virtually connect to multiple doctors and take second opinions, third opinions, and then come directly for the surgery. So I think digitalization has brought in a lot of revolution in healthcare sector in our country, and I would say that it's not just about showing a doctor, even like there are other things which digitalization has brought in, like maintaining their records, right? So that the history is there. There are a lot of other areas where a lot of data are required for different, you can say, research and stuff. So digitalization definitely is going to solve a lot of global healthcare issues.
Yeah, I think not only digitalization, but the pandemic itself has led to a good product ecosystem coming up in the Indian ecosystem, right? With a lot of companies and startups focusing on precision diagnostics and point of care diagnostics. And that's a good change that we are seeing, and hopefully maybe 5 years down the line, we'll see a very big change. So coming to my next question to you, you said that you had your presence of pristine healthcare at around 42 cities in India, and how did you scale up within such a short frame? What were your challenges and problems that you faced? And what do you see way forward taking your platform to the rural and the underserved sectors?
So I tell you about Pristine. Pristine we started 5 years back, and the idea was just to be in elective surgeries, right? So Pristine Care is a healthcare startup or organization, I would say, which deals in elective surgeries. I hope all of you understand elective surgery versus emergency means here a patient can actually plan the surgery. It's not something wherein you just enter to the hospital, you are in a need of surgery and you have to go to the operation theater and get the surgery done. So what we do in Pristine is that we have not built our own hospital. We use the infrastructure which is there present in our country, right, where every facility is there. What we do is we have our own doctors and our own clinics. So when a patient needs a surgery, the patient meets the doctor in the clinic, and then if the patient is suggested or needs the surgery, then the patient gets admitted to one of our partner hospital where our doctor will go and operate. Now these surgeries are mostly, like you can say, in different specialities related to plastic surgeries, means aesthetic surgeries, the surgeries like of gallstones, hernias, right? And different like gynae surgeries, like cosmetic gynae surgeries and all that thing which happens in our system. There are others also. We treat like 50 diseases. Now, when we started this like 5 years back, we were just present in one city in our country, that was Delhi, and expanding it to different other parts, right? Where a lot of, you can say, human touch is needed, right? Wherein you say there is one set that is patient, there is another set that is hospital, then there is another set which is doctor, and then there is someone who is just solving all these things, So when we started it, it was easy. But when we had to grow it to 42 cities, it was not easy. We needed a lot of products, a lot of technology things to enter in this so that everything happens smoothly. Because after all, it's not about just selling a product. It's about doing a surgery, and you are actually like dealing with the life of a person. So everything has to be in place. So what we did, like the basic challenge was that how can we get everything in coordination? Means every patient is having a smooth experience, every patient is going happy, right? Every patient is getting the right treatment, every patient is getting the right hospital, every patient is getting the right doctor. So all these things what we have done internally, we have developed a lot of products, apps, wherein, right, there is one application which is there for the patient, where patient knows what is next coming to them, right? Who's the doctor going to treat that person, which hospital the surgery has to happen, what all things will happen in the hospital, when the discharge will be planned, when he has to come for the follow-up. And in this particular course, if they have any issue, then that patient is in touch with the care coordinator. So all these things internally, like one for the patient, then the doctor is also aware that what kind of patients are going to come today, how many appointments are there, how many consultation he has to do, then how many surgery needs to be performed, how many follow-up patients will come in. So the doctor is also knowing what is next for him in the day. Then for the hospitals also, we have solved that what is going to be there in the hospital. And then you can say all these things needs internal communication. So we have internal system developed wherein one team is in touch with another team, and then they are in touch with the patient and telling them about the progress of the patient.
Thank you for that. And I think although you haven't reached the rural sector yet, I remember another startup based out of India, Arogya Plus, who's addressing this issue in the rural Karnataka segment, at least for the primary sector and diagnosis. So they've made diagnosis or teleconsultation feasible to rural areas, otherwise where the small villages may have to travel several kilometers to reach a city or a town to get healthcare access. I think that's the best part about digitalization. But however, although we speak so much about digitalization, there's so much of data coming into your platform. How do you handle these ethical issues about data privacy of your patients or informed consent? And what do you think are your challenges and risks when your platform is totally dependent on this kind of sensitive information?
See, being a doctor, I can say this was the first thing which was in my mind when I had to start this particular system, right? I understand that patient confidentiality is very important. I understand keeping the record system is very essential because it has a lot of value in it. And definitely these data can help us in different kind of researches, right? So when we were developing initially, I can say when we were not digitalized, we were maintaining everything. So we have internal team of 100 people, which is like medical directorate, who sees all the rules and regulations and policies around the healthcare deliverables. So when we talk about electronic stuff or digitalization, privacy needs to be maintained. So everything, whatever we have created is not something we have taken from outside, it's all internally made, So there comes the first check. Second, there is a lot of audits, you have to keep on doing audits. So we do regular audits with the patients, hospitals, doctors, so that we know where we are. So I think these are the learnings which I already had and which we, you can say, have implemented when we started. So definitely when we talk about digitalization, the biggest risk which comes in our mind is the data leakage, But yes, checks and measures can only help you prevent all these things.
That's good to know. And the other question that I had for you is, do you think digitalization has increased affordability in the healthcare system in India, or it's the other way around?
Definitely, digitalization has made it affordable, Means you can just imagine a patient who is sitting in, means at a distance. In India, if I talk about it, sitting in a rural India, right, and needs a kind of a treatment. That patient, if he or she has to show to a doctor, will have to travel, So we can say by digitalization, when we have started with online consults and stuff, you can say that we have reduced down the cost of the travel, first and foremost. Second, when I talk about specifically, like when we talk about surgeries, no one is ready to undergo surgery in first go. Everyone wants a second or a third opinion. And again, that will need multiple doctor visits and multiple, means it's more than, you can say, means money, it's more of time which gets consumed, So by digitalization, it's not just about money, it's also about the time saving which is happening, wherein a patient can actually like go and take multiple opinions if they have been suggested with some kind of a treatment. Um, Other than that, you can say digitalization also helps in comparison, with the internet coming in the way, uh, there are a lot of people who write about their experiences, their reviews and stuff, so they are aware about the cost. I talk about insurance companies with digitalization. I think they are the ones who are able to save a lot of costs. So decreasing down the premium cost, or you can say about the experience and other stuff. Definitely digitalization has helped a lot of insurance companies also. So definitely altogether you can say the cost has definitely come down.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think it's not only digitalization, we see a lot of startups and companies embracing AI in India. So, say for example, I know of a company called Niramai Healthcare who's using AI for cancer prognosis and precision diagnostics. We have Arogya AI for TB diagnosis, TB precision, and early detection and diagnosis. And we have a lot of such companies. There's another very young girl leading VivaTech. So she's doing something for physiotherapy using AI. So now that AI is complementing, I would say it's complementing a lot of technologies here. How do you see Pristine Healthcare embracing AI, and how do you think AI is going to change the face of your platform?
See, there are different aspects where AI can be beneficial to Christine. One, uh, definitely, you talked about precision medicine. Now we are doing close to 7,000 surgeries a month, and we have done more than a lakh of surgeries till date. And what I can say here is, now with a lot of data in place, we can actually use that data with the AI to come out with the definite result where precision medicine can actually be helpful in surgical sector also. Second, with AI, being a doctor, I can say a doctor needs lot of training, you know, before actually they operate. We are privileged in India because of the population, you can say. We get a lot of hands-on, right? A lot of hands-on surgeries we do. But there is going to be a challenge where if someone needs a kind of a training, it needs a lot of practice. I think there the AI will play a major role. AI and VR are going to be the two tools which will actually amplify the training and getting the good skilled doctor outside. Third, what we have right now started in Pristine are the tools for training our people and our doctors. And these trainings are basically on soft skills, like how to speak to a patient, what not to say, what to say, and to our doctors also, right? How actually a right consultation has to happen. So we are using AI virtual trainings wherein we actually make them aware that what exactly is a hospital, what exactly is a doctor, how actually a surgery happens. Because these people are not the medical people who are in touch with the patients, but they should have the basic knowledge. So with the tool which we have made internally, we are training the people for a month wherein they understand Pristine's ecosystem.
So at present, you're using AI only for training your members on the platform. That's good to know. And when it comes to medtech and healthcare startups like us, you know that regulatory and certifications are always a big concern. And how do you think the Indian ecosystem is addressing these issues, and how do you think the government-private partnerships and collaborations can help us move towards an Ayushman Bharat?
See, when any change needs to come in, and especially when we talk about healthcare sector, regulations definitely play a major role. I can talk about pre-COVID time and post-COVID time. In our country, no doctor was ready to do a video consult before COVID happened. No patient was ready to take an online consult. No doctor was issuing any e-prescription. But during COVID, when we see the crisis coming in, and post-COVID, we can see that the government has also come up with rules and regulation where they have made telemedicine a kind of a thing which is legal. So I think that has brought a lot of confidence in patient as well as in the doctors, you know. So the doctors are now ready to see, to consult, to discuss the problem. Definitely they cannot do physical consult, so wherever the patient needs a physical consultation, they need to come over. But other than that, you know, rest of the things, writing a prescription, e-prescription, all these things are regulated in our country. When I talk about more in digitalization, and when I talk about different sectors like government and private, lot of collaboration is required, you know. Means it cannot be one sector doing it, because in India, you know, the two sectors run very differently. The crowd is different, the patient type is different, the ecosystem is different. So one has to get into place, you know. So because there is just one fear I can say when we talk about digitalization, that is of leakage. So lot of regulation needs to come in, lot of easiness needs to come in, lot of adoption process needs to come in. It cannot be just that the private sector is doing this and the government is not doing this, or government is doing this and private is not doing that. So lot of adoption and togetherness I think is required for like taking this level to the next level.
I think we are just starting the process, and hopefully now that the government has established a single window system for all the regulatory and certifications, it should be in place in the following years. But I have a follow-on question with whatever you said. You said that before COVID, doctors were not willing to consult digitally or on virtually. Right? How did you overcome this challenge? Because that's a very big mindset change that you would have had to bring about in doctors. And what were your challenges, and how did you overcome that and board doctors on the platform? Because the awareness and their willingness to come to the platform itself must have been a challenge.
So getting that shift from using pen and paper to coming on to digitalization, where doctors were not used to it, you know, it's still a task. You know, getting them adapted to what new thing is coming in is still a task, you know. But you know, it's a repeated thing which you have to keep doing with the doctor, wherein like they understand what is the need, and once they understand, they are the best adopters. You know. So pre-COVID, I don't think this was the challenge. Pre-COVID, it was more of the regulation which was the challenge, wherein there was a fear in the mind that they are not doing the right thing. By sending prescriptions online, they are not doing the right thing because that is not governed or that is not in the regulation. But post-COVID, you can say that after government coming up with legalization and regulations and stuff, all are happy to do it.
Yeah, I think with that I come to the last question. So having been in this space for quite some time, and having been a unicorn company, what do you think is the future of healthcare in India with all this digitalization being in place, and how do you think India is moving towards genomics and precision medicine?
India's future in healthcare is going to be actually very good. You know, when we talk about India and when we talk about India's population, which is rapidly growing, I think, and with the variety of patients, you know, with variety of lot of different types of cases, you know, there is lot of things to be studied, right? And digitalization, AI, will not just help us, you know, in scaling or making the patient experience go to next level, but it will also help in research. Like you talked about genomics or precision medicine, you know, digitalization, because of the presence of vast data, you know, it will help us come out with different diseases and different solutions or treatment to it faster. You know, it will actually come up. I think that will be the future, wherein a patient might come and there is an AI sitting in front of them and saying that, okay, you have this disease and you can actually take this medicine for this particular thing, and if you don't get recovered, you can go and show to the doctor. Like ChatGPT has come in, some tool definitely is there in the future, wherein a patient will have an AI sitting in front of them and doing their consult. Not the surgeries that needs manpower, but I think that in primary care, definitely it will go.
But I think there are also a lot of Indian hospitals deploying robotic surgeries and stuff to a great extent, right? So thank you for your responses and thank you
Thank
for
you.
listening to us. And
Thank
I
you so
think
much.
I'll conclude by saying that it's not only with digitalization, India is moving towards precision medicine and diagnostics. So we at Azuka ourselves create a lot of point of care diagnostic devices, and we have a lot of companies focusing on precision medicine already, where they use genomics and sequencing to decide the dosage of chemotherapy for their cancer patients and treatment. So we are already in the, I think we are just taking our first step in the race, and 5 years down the line, I think there's going to be a great transformation in the Indian healthcare system. Thank you all for your.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. We just concluded.
Thank you, everyone. I think it was a great session. Now we'll move on to the most interesting bit of the day, which is startups will pitch here, and I would invite Joe sir to please come in and moderate the same for us.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a nice evening in Paris. The weather outside is sunny. Our last panel gave us this wonderful insight on the health tech industry in India and how it will be a great opportunity for the sector, especially the health and health tech sector in India. We heard briefly about the future of AI and data in health tech and how, given the scale at which health tech in India is applicable, we could see a lot of startups using large amount of data to get their models better and therefore much better prediction in healthcare. So welcome. In a few minutes, we will start the panel discussion with startups in AI and health tech and healthcare. And we have some wonderful startups with us. It's going to be a brief and quick discussion with maybe some possibility of audience questions as well. So if you have something to do in the healthcare space, please come forward and you can join us. We start in a couple of minutes. We have 4 wonderful startups that have come all the way from India, and they will be joining us on stage in a few minutes. And we'll have some interesting questions and interesting discussion about the future of health and health tech in India. So could I call upon Azuka Labs, a representative from Azuka Labs, which covers the biotech and life sciences sector. Please come on stage. You know, slowly the audience will come. Doesn't matter. We are anyway live streaming, so welcome, sir. Could you introduce yourself and just say a few words?
Hi, my name is Alex D. Paul, CEO and co-founder of Azuka Labs. Azuka is the probably only company in India to create fluorophores, which is the PCR and RT-PCR technology is not with the Indians, it's with the Americans. We have created a food-grade safe alternative technology for PCR and RT-PCR, and for that matter, a fluorophore stack that binds to all the building block of molecular biology.
Wow, that was awesome. I mean, we will unlock that and unpack that as the panel goes. You know, everybody wanted to have that COVID test, you know, some years ago. In fact, an event like this was not happening because of COVID. And unless you tested with that RT-PCR test, you couldn't be at a venue like this. You know, so there's something interesting to unpack, and we will unpack that soon. So that's our first company here, Azuka. They have a little bit timeline constraint, so we'll cover with them first. The next is AI Health Highway India. Are you here from AI Health Highway India? Yes, all right. So it's also an interesting company. I'd like you to introduce yourself and a short 1-minute introduction about your company.
Hi, I'm Dr. Satish, the founder and CEO of AI Health Highway. What we have built is an AI-enabled stethoscope to screen, detect, and predict cardiorespiratory disorders. We have deployed our first algorithm for the valvular heart disorders. The accuracy is 98.34%. When primary care physicians use the traditional stethoscope, their accuracy is just 50 to 60%. And we have already screened more than 15,000 patients in India. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. An absolute incredible accuracy with screening in health tech. You see, if you don't screen right, you cannot diagnose right. If you cannot diagnose right, you cannot cure right. So, I mean, that's really interesting, and we will unpack a lot about that technology in a few minutes as the panel discussion proceeds. Next, we have Sunfox Technologies Private Limited. Are you here from Sunfox? Yes, all right. You know, you are an award-winning company, been in Shark Tank and so on, so I see that sharp look as well. So just a few minutes to say something about your company, and then we will go to the panel.
Thanks. So my name is Apurv Gupta. I am the Director of Strategy and Partnerships at Sunfox Technologies. We are a medtech R&D company, and currently we work majorly in the field of cardiac healthcare. We believe that with our innovations, we want to decrease the fatality and mortality of any bodily issues with significant margins.
Great, he's a clever guy. You see, he hasn't revealed much. I think he wants you to join the panel as he will unpack. I have seen his profile. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff they're doing. You know, for those who are still standing and deciding whether to sit down, you should, because maybe you will find that next unicorn in this group, all right? Maybe. It's always nice, and how we invest our time. Unless we meet clever people, we cannot make the right decisions in life. Our last startup for today's panel is Unino Healthcare Private Limited. Oh, wow, it's nice to have a woman in the panel, so now it's perfect. Otherwise, it was a manel, and now it's a panel. So over to you, just to give a brief introduction about yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Harshini Zaveri, founder of Unino Healthcare, and we are mainly focusing on improvising surgical interventions, and we are focusing towards the complete pleural drain management system.
Excellent. Can we all move one step right? So I will, yeah, perfect. So thank you guys for joining. It's really nice to be at the India Pavilion and discuss health tech and healthcare. It's wonderful to be at VivaTech and be in Paris among all these interesting, amazing, and talented people. But our topic here for this evening is health tech and everything to do with health. You know, India is a country of more than 1.2 billion people. I don't know the exact number as of now, but we just beat China. So that's the first thing that we bet China at. Maybe other things will come, I don't know. But as of now, we have a lot of people. And now, unless our population is healthy, unless our population is creative and innovative, we cannot really take our economy forward in the way that we want. And our friends here who are joining me at this panel are doing that job of delivering health tech at scale and delivering precision health at scale and delivering diagnostic health at scale, so that we don't have to move into the treatment cycle. Probably we can stop with prevention. So it's really nice to have these wonderful startups with us. I want to start first with our speaker from Azuka Healthcare. You know, it's a very complex area, and of course you're a doctor and you have a lot of these technical words that you will use and which we may not understand. But one thing all of us understand is what happened with COVID, and all of us had to do the PCR tests. they have something interesting, which is they create those testing solutions in a natural way, and it's also sustainable. So I want him to explain to us a little bit and unpack that in simple words so that we can all understand. And if someone is interested to invest in your company, they can also talk to you because you're here also. I heard you rescheduled. So it'll be nice that you could also meet them. So help us understand how you did this and what's the, in a very simple way, what's the science behind this?
Okay, so I have to give you the backstory here. So India was using ELISA-based tests. We were not ready for molecular tests at all. But what COVID did was COVID mandated molecular tests only during COVID. So this brought up a new problem saying that we don't have the technology and the infrastructure to do it. So first we were working on something called as nucleic acid binding dyes, which is molecules that can bind to DNA and fluoresce so that you can quantify the DNA and RNA. So COVID happened to be an RNA virus. So we had molecules that could bind to the COVID, and then it could actually help you quantify how much of viral load is present in a particular patient. But actually we were not ready with it, okay, during COVID times, because a deep tech startup takes up to 5 years to develop a technology that can really go. But what we did during COVID was that we could actually preserve the samples without room temperature, because India did not have a cold storage network during the process. So we developed products that can help primary healthcare centers. We shipped up to 1 million units. The record was that 1 million units, 0 contaminations. Okay, whereas competition, they have 5,000 contaminations per lakh. Okay, so that was something that helped us get the attention of the people. Okay, but eventually what we have is we have a competition called Thermo Fisher Scientific. Even today, they are ruling the market with a moat. So you cannot beat Thermo Fisher because they'll acquire you. Okay, so what we did was we have developed the same alternative technology, but with safe dyes. The competition uses biohazardous dyes, which is complicated to acquire, store, transport, all these problems. So we have done these things. And after we did that, we understood that the entire segment is dominated by them. So we went on to crack 5 products in the same segment. So which means we compete with Cytiva, which is owned by Danaher, and a few other big names. I mean, it's a pretty tall call to say that we compete with them, but we still do. In terms of technology we have, but it's actually a process of hitting the market at the right time. And I think this platform is going to provide that for us.
Are you a doctor by medical profession?
No.
Okay. It's really interesting. I think I'll be taking your card after this, but I hope you have enough cards. Because what you're saying is, as a startup without much, let's say, runway ramp, you could create something which was not there before in India, compete with the big guys, achieve a contamination rate of in the 10 million scale less, where the others in 1 million have 5,000. So this is really awesome. Let's give a round of applause. This is not so easy to do. So how long has Azuka been in business? For the last
9 years.
9 years, okay. And so I think COVID is the time when it jump-started, and then you found a new calling. Is that right?
Nobody cared about PCR or RT-PCR technology until COVID hit us.
Okay.
So after that, we became popular.
Excellent. So it's really nice. We'll come back to you in the next round of questions to see, what the future holds. We really don't want another pandemic, but I just saw the WHO director who had said there's some other new thing coming around the corner which will be very big. So I'll come back to you. But
I'll just add one more point for the people who are pushing, conspiracy theories here. If you watch the Wall Street financials, for those who are following, every 7 years we've had an outbreak. Okay, just watch the financials of the pharma companies and the pandemic. Any viral outbreak, every 7 years we'll have one, which means that you can safely predict that the next 7 years will have something.
Okay, so basically he's saying invest in him now, and after 7 years you can sell. All right, thank you very much. That was really nice. And now, I want to bring in our friend from the AI Health Highway. It's really incredible. They came up with a new device. I mean, I don't know if we can show that picture here, but none of them came with their PPTs. They're very clever. If you want to know more, you have to meet them. take their card and tell them who you are. But they came up with a very incredible product that can help you diagnose everything relating to cardiovascular disease with much greater efficiency and with much greater precision. Can you just unpack and unbundle that a little more for us?
Sure. We all know when we meet a physician, the good old tool which every doctor and healthcare staff uses is called as a stethoscope. It's more than a 200-year-old invention. And if you look at how cardiac disorders are diagnosed, you have EKG and you have chest X-ray, all comes with a tangible report. But a stethoscope is based on auscultation skills. And I'm a physician. It takes us 2 to 7 years to become proficient in identifying a normal and abnormal heart sound. But
wait. You know, what he's saying is, even a physician takes 2 to 7 years to understand whose heart is working. You know, some boys will say their heart is not there, it's gone with some girl. But anyway, it's not so easy. I mean, it's really nice that you're telling this on stage, that it's a difficult skill to acquire. And therefore, you went and tackled that problem. Yes, continue.
Yeah. So I think as Indians, we all follow cricket match. So till 2012, the caught behind decision was made by the umpires. But then came a device called as sneakometer. So then there is no subjectivity left in that. Those two umpires I call as the experts or cardiologists. But now whoever is watching the match on TV can identify whether the ball touched the bat or it touched the pad. So we bought a similar technology for screening and early detection. So we have 3 components in our technology: device, data, and intelligence. The device collects 30 seconds of heart sounds. It streams via Bluetooth to a smartphone for visualization. And our machine identifies the systole, diastole, and whether it's a normal or abnormal heart sound. So it's like India, for 1.4 billion population, we just have 5,000 cardiologists. And we have 6 to 7 lakh villages. And all the primary healthcare clinics hardly have a doctor or a specialist. So now with our invention, we have crossed more than 15,000 screenings in India. Even a nurse or a midwife or a ASHA worker can use this device and then identify.
Just to explain, when he says ASHA worker, it's important for those who are not here and those who are watching us online. ASHA workers are healthcare workers, which are part of a government scheme that reach out to primary healthcare centers in tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, also in villages, which basically provide the, let's say, urgent medical care that's required at the front line. And then, of course, when things get difficult, people are referred to the towns or the cities. And so it's really nice that this product, therefore, can help the people at the front line treat at scale. So how has the traction been for you? I mean, is the product easy to learn how to use? Is it easy to deploy? How much training has to be done? Just few thoughts.
So along with the deployments, we also do the capacity building for the primary healthcare staff. So when I mentioned that we take almost 2 to 7 years to learn this art of auscultation, currently our algorithm can be used by someone like allied healthcare staff, and in 30 seconds to 2 minutes, you get the results.
Wow, that deserves a round of applause. You know, in 30 seconds to 2 minutes, what would otherwise take 2 years for someone to develop the skill can be done almost with how much efficiency? 90, 95?
Yeah, so currently our accuracy is 98.34%.
Wow.
And it's important to mention, when primary care physicians use a traditional stethoscope, their accuracy in murmur identification is just 50 to 60%.
Wow, so
that's
this
the
is
data.
statistically there, this
Yes,
data.
these are researched articles, yeah.
Wow, excellent. I mean, you should have a lot of people waiting to meet you today. I really hope those following our live stream and following the French, the Indian ambassadors channel will actually reach out and meet you. In the end, I will ask each of you to reveal your email ID, you know, to say it out. Maybe people can then reach out. Thank you so much. We'll come back for the next round as we unpack more of that. You know, now I want to go to Sun Fox. You know, you have an interesting story just to keep, you know, the conversation exciting. You know, what happened at Shark Tank? How did you win? Just that backstory, it'll be really nice. Because if some of you don't know Shark Tank, India is a version of a startup pitch event, which is a very high pressure event, and even to qualify that means the startup has to be really good. So tell us a little bit of that story and a little bit of your product. So
Thank you. So let's first start with what happened at the Shark Tank. So everyone, those who have those who have seen the Shark Tank episode of Spandan, they've just seen those 7 minutes of intense pitch and the entire deal and negotiation being happening on the set. But the entire set was of around 2 hours long with multiple rehearsals and really tough calls to make at the spot, whether to take a deal or let it go, at what percentage should we take the deal, or what amount of company should we dilute, and all these things which are typically very difficult for someone with the entire team standing there and to take a decision right there. It's really difficult for someone to take that call. But somehow, when we reached at the final stage, Rajat took a call, who's the founder and the CEO, and we got the deal. That's it. This was one of the parts which was shown on the Shark Tank. What was not shown on the Shark Tank has got another success story altogether. So, I can actually direct a movie on that. But to sum it up, overnight, we were out of stock. And, at that time, our thought process were really small. So we were selling around 50 to 100 devices a month. And at that time, we thought, okay, with Shark Tank, we'll get some amount of publicity. So we'll keep around 1,000 units in stock, which might go out for, or let's say, which will keep our lines busy for around 15 days or 20 days.
just to tell our guests, they created a technology with a device that can help you detect heart attacks with how much efficiency?
99.7% of accuracy.
99.7% of accuracy. That deserves a round of applause. So what he's saying is, after people came to know, they were sold out. That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly. So before that, the entire target audience was our estimation. But once we were showcased on Shark Tank, that estimation turned into a reality like a bang of a slap right on a child face. So as I was saying, so we were ready with 1,000 units, and we thought that will give us a runway of around 15 days, 20 days. Meanwhile, we'll get a new batch prepared. Overnight, we were out of stock.
Wow, this is
1,000
amazing. Huh? So he was saying, I mean, they were not thinking as big.
Yeah.
But anyway, sometimes events, especially events like Shark Tank, can do that bring this huge boost. And then were you able to catch up with the demand? How is it?
All right, so it took us a while. So it took us around 2 months to catch up with the demand. But then we made it sure that whatever hype is created due to Shark Tank, we never lose it. So we worked hard on the marketing perspective, on the branding perspective. Also, one thing which no one does is a social impact strategy. So we thought, since we have a nice device, and especially a device which detects the susceptibility of a heart attack in a subject's body at 99.7%, why not put a campaign at a place where there are like supremely high risk of cardiac abnormalities, or not even abnormalities, fatalities, mortalities. So there's a place in India called Kedarnath. It's a shrine board where there was a news all around. So it's open for around 5 months. People go there, visit. It's a high altitude place. So there were news all around that 200 people were succumbed to heart attack in this particular month. And the month-on-month rate of growth was over 20%, which is huge. So there were news all around. We established a campaign over there which stated, free heart checkup. We created, really cool marketing campaign for people out there, those who can understand how important it is if you are going to trek for around 16 kilometers on a high altitude, how important it gets to test your heart first. If you're healthy, go ahead. If you're not, there are SOPs. You can take medicines and then you can go ahead. People came there. We screened over 5,000 subjects, and we found that we have successfully identified and saved over 300 lives at that particular point.
This is amazing. Yeah.
These 300 people could have been those 300 lives which could have been succumbed just due to a heart attack over this shrine board. And we were really appreciated by a lot of people again on Shark Tank season 2 as well as our success story. So this is what we did, and this is what we continuously do. So rather than saying that, okay, we are a corporate house and we'll make, we'll mint money, I like to say that we are a social impact company. So we do a lot of hard work in creating new cutting edge technologies just because there is a flux of population which is never ending and it's ever increasing. We need the mechanism which is so fast and reliable that the screening and the intervention is quick. So that's what we target the entire thing, and I think that's what fuels us.
Excellent. I think, especially if some of you know India, one is somebody who gets a heart attack. Then the relatives also get almost a heart attack because the bill from the hospital might be, so big. So if somebody knows that they are at high risk of a heart condition, and if they can know that with 99.7% accuracy, they could take that preventive, course of action, which is much, much, much cheaper than actually going through that whole pain cycle and suffering. So thank you so much. We'll come back for another round of some exciting and interesting questions. We will also open a few questions for the audience. So, those interested, keep those questions in your mind, and we will come back and have a few minutes, to get some questions from the audience as well. I want to now move to our speaker, the last speaker on this panel for the first round, Unino Healthcare. You have done something unique. It's very difficult for me to read out that condition's name. I'm sure I'll mispronounce. I'll let you pronounce it. You're able to go and do something unique for people with a condition in the chest, which is by reducing pain, by finding a new way to remove things out of the chest that can make it function well, a little bit, beyond the heart as the whole thoracic region, they would say. So can you explain to us a little bit what you did and what was the logic and approach as you guys went to solve that problem?
Sure. So to begin with that word that we spoke about, that is iatrogenic conditions.
Itogenic.
Iatrogenic.
Okay.
That is a health condition that arises due to a medical treatment. You wouldn't have had those conditions if you didn't go for those medical treatments. So now, for example, like most of us must have come across a case that you are going to a doctor for a treatment A and you end up having hospital-acquired infections, or something is taking much longer, or even a basic thing that if you're having an antibiotic, you will have a stomach upset. So that is an iatrogenic condition. So now the entire idea is that we are trying to improve on the surgical efficiency of pleural drain management. And like how Dr. Satish mentioned...
Pleural drain management.
Yes,
Okay.
pleural drain management. Like how Dr. Satish mentioned, stethoscopes are 200 years old. This procedure was invented 100 years ago. And we, till date, globally use the same procedure worldwide with the same method we used 100 years ago. There's been no improvements on the system or the procedures, and these conditions are same as we had then. That is infections, dislodgement of the tube. If the tube is dislodged, there are chances of organ injuries, or it defeats the purpose. You will have to redo the same procedure on this patient again and again, multiple times. So that is a lot of pain and additional cost to the patient, and also for the doctors to keep treating for the same things. So here we've designed and developed a patented technology which is a complete closed loop system that avoids all of these complications, and it is divided into multiple segments, and there are multiple technologies involved into this process. One is a securement patch that will hold the tube in position. There's a drain, which is Plurago drain, where you are doing the auto suction control, because when the fluids are there in your pleural space, it could be either air, blood, pus, water, anything which will have variable consistencies. So that needs to be auto-controlled, through which we are doing it in our plurigo drain.
This sounds more like physics than medicine, but good. I'm happy. I mean, I think, how many patents do you have?
One is granted, three are in process.
Wow, this is amazing. You know, looking at something 100 years old which never saw anything improved, like we have another example here, 200-year-old stuff, taking that and fixing it and patenting some of the solutions along the way. This is really amazing. How old is your company?
So we started working on this project in 2020, just before the COVID.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So, in 2020, 21, 22, 23.
Yes.
In 3 years, you were able to get one patent and the other two.
Three more technologies in the process.
Oh, excellent. I think this is really interesting. If some of you are watching this or some of you are here and listening to this, you have to meet Unino team. Only you are here or more people are there from your team?
I have my co-founder who's also my dad.
Okay. Okay. All right. Excellent.
Yeah.
So yeah, please meet them. I think, you know, this is a really interesting story. I still can't believe what you said. So, but you know, we'll use the opportunity to meet you again down and you know, figure this out. Thank you so much. We are coming back for another round and we will go a little more deeper. So let's come back to this, you know, where we left off in the last round. You know, everybody wants to believe that the pandemics are over, but you said all we need to do is look at Wall Street, and every 7 years there is this cycle with some viral infection. And this ability to use new technology, I think it's new technology which India never had, which is what you are doing. As you were doing it, what challenges did you face, and what is your forecast of the future? Just these two questions.
Okay, so challenges are a lot. So most of them in deep tech startup founders go through a deep depression also, okay? Because first, I'm from the software industry. So I used to work in a software company. So when I said that I'm going to do a biotech startup, the first had a lot of opposition from both friends and family saying that, why do you really want to do that? You're making good money in software. Do another AI-based startup. So I'll tell you, I had a moment of epiphany. So when you are working on so the question is, what is the center of the universe? Okay. So a lot of people will tell you it's AI, it's probably another country or whatever. The center of the Chat GPT. It's a new buzzword. Okay.
Yeah.
So the center of the universe is actually you, your own body. Okay. Until you have a headache, you think about so many things. But when your body goes through something, you forget everything else, and the focus is only on you. So that is where I thought that I should do something that is meaningful, and that's why I took the longer path to finding it. And in that way, we got a lot of support from ISC, Indian Institute of Sciences. When we told that this is what we want to do, they said that be prepared for a 5-year-long journey, and they gave us an incubation, and we got a lot of support from Startup India ecosystem like Birak, and a lot of others, without which this is not possible, because we didn't have the money to do it. We jumped, because you jump in and then learn to swim, right? So we jumped into this and found out, we started with a simple problem, okay? We wanted to solve, you know, ever since biotech or DNA was found, there was only one chemical called Ethereum bromide known to man that could bind to DNA and fluoresce. For 46 years, people have been using it. And then came Thermo Fisher with their own acquisition, and they said that we have something better. And for 40 years, this has been dominating the market. And when you want to break a monopoly, and when you want to break a moat that people have built so that nobody else can't go there, it's both a science and a business challenge. So my co-founder takes on the science challenges, and I take on the business challenge of breaking.
Your co-founder is here?
Yeah, she's right there.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
Excellent.
So that is what we did. And the journey kind of, you know, it's what to say, it's challenging financially, even in a personal things. I think you have to reach a yogic state, you know, where a lot of uncertainties are there.
Yeah.
So that is what it has changed us. But eventually what we found is we got the pieces together. We got custom. First it was the question of, will you really get a patent? After that we got a patent grant in 5 countries. oh, it's very impossible to manufacture it from India because it has not been done. We manufactured. Oh, it's not possible to ship 1 million units. We shipped 1 million units. The next is, we said that we'll do 100 million units. They said it's impossible. When they said it's impossible, I know that we're going to do it.
Wow, I think you deserve a big round of applause. You see, these guys, they were able to create that new molecule which can actually help with the PCR test, which everybody knows after COVID, everybody wanted to have. And they did it on their own. I mean, and with all these challenges, I mean, it's really amazing. I think those who are watching us online and those here as well, please meet him later. I think both the co-founder and founder is here. They were able to do something unique, get patents, get granted in 5 countries. It's incredible, amazing. I think it's really inspiring, and I'm sure that some of you will meet you, and some of the people in the audience will meet you and connect and see how you can collaborate and scale even higher. So now over to you, Doctor. When you started this, I'm sure many people might have said you're crazy because the stethoscope is working. Why do you want to do something else? And then, of course, in India, there is this classic problem, right? Why are you overcomplicating something that's so simple? Who will pay for this? So what challenges did you face? And, any yogic mantra like him, or were you meditating, or what did you do to overcome all these challenges? Yep.
So I think when you are in a medtech startup, I agree with what Dr. Alex Paul said. Like, people actually start with, are you crazy? First of all, you're working on hardware when the buzzword is you work on SaaS or AI. And then you are also crazy to work in medtech, which has the most challenging environment to get the regulatory approvals. So I quite agree with him when someone says that this is impossible. I think that's the kick which you get to prove the other person wrong. Not just that, if you look at the cardiorespiratory disorders, they are the world's #1 killer. We almost lose 45 million patients every year, and 60 to 70% of them are in the low and middle income countries and in the age group of 30 to 65 years, which is the most productive age group. So as a physician, when I have practiced, I have seen it's not just the patient, but it takes the entire family down the poverty line. So I think these are some of the things which is challenging as well as quite exciting for us to go after. But I think what beats everything is we keep pitching to investors, and first they ask like, okay, where's the product? We have the product. Where's the team? We have the team. Now, where's the patients? We are screening them. And still they feel like, okay, it's too early. So I think tomorrow morning is yet another day. We are ready to fight almost every day.
Wow, this is amazing. Both these guys, it's interesting when you listen to their answer, they know what the challenges are, but they are actually speaking more about the opportunity, and the optimism comes through. You looked at solving your problem from a social perspective. How many people, when they get a cardiovascular problem, go down to poverty, and if it can be detected early, you can actually save that whole family, save that whole economy in the larger sense, because young people are in Africa, India, and these are the countries where you can't afford that this young person who can work and contribute to the family is not able to do his part. And you gave us the philosophy of what is the center of the universe. It's you. And therefore, let me do something for the center of the universe. That's interesting, something I too learned. Never thought of it that way. And it's absolutely right. If you have a headache, you can't worry about anything else, but the headache will worry you. And therefore, it's important to start from health. And really nice. And now let's come to you. We heard a little bit about the challenges you had. I think it was about scaling up. As we came into this conference, we see that wonderful signage at the entrance that talks about Siemens will help you scale, somebody else will help you scale. So, of course, please tell us, as you had to scale from 5,000 units to whatever number, was it easy? Was it challenging? What happened? How did you manage the chaos?
All right. So when we say that we had to scale up, especially in terms of our capacity, so it was a direct 10x capacity scale up, which we were looking at, right? So in this journey, you would need some space, of course, to assemble, to test. The bigger challenge is to acquire the manpower, because at that time we were 12, and the scope we were looking at would need somewhere around 60 to 65 people, because we would need a lot of staff, those who can be on their toes for customer excellence, because I believe that's the key if you want to survive in any market, especially the Indian market. Second is the people, those who are skilled in manufacturing. Third, people who can identify the bugs or issues and troubleshoots them overnight, right? So this kind of manpower upgrade was one of the toughest challenge. And secondly, when you upgrade so much, you have financial strains, right? Because all of a sudden you see that, hey, yesterday I had $1 million in my bank. But when you scale up, it's all vanished. I think I need to go for a loan, right? And that kind of a mental pressure is something which is, I believe everyone has gone through that, right? And that's tough to get out of, but that puzzle is something which we like the most, because it's always solvable. So once we reach that number, we realized that it's not too difficult. So it seemingly was an impossible task to do, but when we actually hit the nail, it was easy, and all of us are very frugal in what we do. We never take an approach which is right there in up, as a service, right? Let's say there is Google Analytics, there are multiple other analytics companies which will help you in giving the insights of how your marketing campaign is running, or probably there are many marketing agencies which will give you right up front a set of marketing things which they'll do, you just have to pay. We don't go with that. We believe that we'll go a frugal way, we'll hack everything, and we'll deploy it. If it works, you create a new theory. If it doesn't, that's an experiment. You learn what not to do, and you'll tell others what not to do. Okay. So that's a simple approach we go ahead with, and that has been that's what we talk, and that's what we walk.
Excellent. You see, from X to 10X on the volume side, and you had huge pressure to get the right people to make sure the codes are working, the bugs are fixed, whoever buys the device has a good user experience. You had to make sure distribution happens, all of that, and you have to make sure there's also money, to run that whole cycle of implementation. Really amazing to hear that story. I think all of us will have common notes to share after this panel, especially around the philosophy of money. I'll come back to the point where Doctor was saying, whatever they asked, I did. And when I asked, where's the money, they say it's not yet time, right? So it's interesting. But one thing I know from this quick panel, and from what I listen and from what I have seen of your profile, I think all of you are really sitting at a pre-unicorn stage, in my opinion. And I will write about this also in LinkedIn and other platforms, because many of you who are attending also, each of us has a power. It's not that you may write a check and give it to any of them as startups, but you can use your analytical skills and your words to write about them, and that could bring probably from your network somebody interested in this area. I met 1 month ago some Israeli startups, Israeli finance guys interested in investing in deep tech health startups, so I will connect each of you to them. So now let's go back to you. What were the challenges? Because in 2-3 years, you got 1 patent, another 4-5 are on the way. I mean, what are you guys eating for breakfast? I mean, I don't know. Can you tell us?
So when we look at designing something which is at a scale of improvising and challenging, which is 100 years old, you need to have a holistic view. And not everyone, and when we talk about different technologies that we have it in different area. One is material, one is electronics, one is AI, one is microbiology. It's in the entire system. So you cannot have every talent with you. You need to have collaborations, and that is the main thing that has pushed us through and give us the chance to go ahead and have so many technologies.
Wow, that's amazing. That's a wonderful point. Collaborations for success, especially in a difficult field where there are multiple technologies, multiple complexities. Yes, continue.
Yes. And so this is what led us to have an entire holistic approach to how, and given to the pandemic in between, arranging for resources, getting your materials. And when you talk about developing tech, you do not get everything handy. You have to hunt, you have to bring materials, import them, verify, validate, and that took a lot of time. So this was a major challenge, but that connected us and collaborated us with so many homegrown people, technologies that we could collaborate with and develop together. And that's one thing that we have been able to achieve so much. So
Okay,
far.
great. Since we are live streaming and also this is, online, I want to go directly to the numbers, right?
Yeah.
So since you just spoke, you need a break. So you pass the mic back to, doctor. So we start from this side. If I were to ask each of you to think of the next 3 years, okay? And project a number which could be your revenue, whatever it is. First, could you do that? You can also say it's a secret, no problem. But if you think you can, because, usually when startups go and raise money, the investor wants to know if you have a plan. And the best plan is in numbers, right? So what is that number 3 years down the line? I'm not asking 5 or 10 because that number I know. You will all be unicorns in my opinion. But 3 years down the line, what is that top line that you see as revenue? And today, if you want investors, what should they pay for 1% in your company? 2 questions, but it's really important that it's recorded and this data is there. Also later, 10 years, you can look at this video and laugh because, you might have undervalued or overvalued your company. But having said that, I want this number. If you don't want to reveal one of the 2, it's fine. Or you can just say, come and meet me there. Or this is my email ID. Of course, at the end, also say your email ID so people can hit you up and reach out. I will create a LinkedIn post myself, and I'm sure Startup India will support. And also I heard 2 of them saying that Startup India also supported. I think they're doing a great job. We need to give a round of applause to Startup India for, taking that lot of pain and bringing this wonderful delegation. I think we have multiple startups. Today is just the first day. It's great to have you all here. So we just need these 2 numbers. 1, 3 years from now, what could be my projected revenue? 2, if today I sell 1% to an investor I meet in VivaTech or somewhere outside, how much will I ask them? So, who wants to start?
Okay, I'll start because I'm not going to give you the numbers. I'll give you the philosophy behind it, okay?
Okay.
So when both of us started to build a company, first thing we didn't want to build something to flip. We wanted to build something to last, okay? And in the deep tech journey, I know you can slice everything by the numbers and go by it, but when it comes to, I'm just going to quote a venture capitalist from Arch Venture Partners when they asked him, why are you not investing in software startups? Okay, our investors needs to have conviction to bring about a change in the society, bring about an impact in the society, and believe me, that investor is not looking at that percentage of investment or what is the valuation is going to be. In 3 years, I'll tell you what we will be, because we are working for it. We may fail, but I'm going to say it. Yes. And when we started, we said that we want to be a billion, not a dollar company, a billion unit company. Billion unit in terms of touching the audience. Okay, that is probably an ISC philosophy.
Market reach, you mean?
Yeah,
okay.
Not billions in the bank, but having million lives touched.
Wow,
okay.
Excellent.
But in 3 years, we can only touch 100 million. Okay. So that is what I want to be. And in terms of investors, I'm not looking at somebody who's going to say that I'll come in at this Series A and exit at Series B. As I quoted Arch Venture Partners, we want somebody like Arch Venture Partners who is in for a conviction and want to bring about a change. And they're going to throw money just to bring about the change, not about thinking about an exit plan. So every investor has an approach, a quick entry and a quick exit. We want investors for the long haul because we are building products for the long haul.
Okay, I would like to summarize. They want to get married, no one-night flings. All right. Okay, great. I mean, that's really nice. I mean, reaching 1 billion lives. You see, this philosophy is interesting. It's not always about the money, especially in health tech. And I too met this, Israeli health investor.
I'll just make a point, okay? We don't want to be technology-rich company. We want to be a rich technology company, okay? Because I'm very clear about the business. The point is, you drive in that billion units, money will come in, okay?
Yes.
Just that you don't chase money and lose everything else.
Perfect. All right, good. That's nice. I mean, it's good for all of you who are online and you heard. You want to reach 1 billion people, contact Dr. Paul, right? And of course, Azuka Healthcare, right? So, doctor.
Yeah. So it's pretty clear written in our goal statement. Our goal is to reduce 25% premature deaths by 2025. It's a moonshot. And we are crazy to believe that we will get closer to that. This is also the mission of WHO.
Okay.
So we have screened 15,000 patients. So in 3 years, we should be touching 1 million patients screened in the next 3 years. In terms of funding, we have already raised 2 rounds. And instead of putting a number, we are growing 3 to 4x for the past 2 rounds. And one of our investor is Mr. Lakshminarayan, is the Cognizant founder.
Yeah.
And he had given a good piece of advice. When we were in the midst of pandemic, and it was totally chaotic, and we didn't know whether we would survive. We in fact pivoted and also catered to more than 10,000 patients screened during COVID. So when I asked him a question, what to do in such a situation, we don't know whether you will survive. So he gave me a great piece of advice. When you are at the edge of cliff, taking a step back is also progress. So I think that was a powerful statement coming from an investor. So we believe in the quality of investors who understand the founder's life and support us. More than putting a valuation number, I think we are looking for more like-minded people, yeah, to join the
Excellent.
journey.
Doctor is very intelligent. Indirectly, he has given the numbers, and in my head, I already calculated. But having said that, in 3 years, they want to reach 1 million people who will be diagnosed, and people will know with clarity that those premature deaths can be avoided because they used your technology. So that's a huge scale. And you know, if I'm just you know, I don't know the numbers, but if I'm just saying it's $2 per checkup, it's $2 million of revenue. I'm just saying, all right? And of course, but one thing is clear, if you are in it for the long run, for the health, for societal well-being, please reach doctor. You are here all the days of the VivaTech?
Yes.
Yeah. And the company is AI
Health Highway.
AI Health Highway. All right, that's nice. Okay, so thank you so much, doctor, for that. And over to you.
Well, the work here is now being done by both the gentlemen here. You know, they've made the ground pretty simple. One has
Okay.
already said that they want to reduce the fatality by 25%, and especially when I was going through their business model and you know what they've just spoke, I see they're working majority in the cardiac field, right?
Correct.
So again, so we are an ECG. We're not an ECG company. We are a medtech R&D company, but our the biggest hand which we have is currently in the ECG and the cardiac sector, right? So and in next 3 years, we'll not be a company who's just making the ECGs. We'll be one of the guys you'll see partnering up with an RT-PCR based companies, right?
Correct.
We'll be one of the guys. So you know, similar to what Philips is today. You know, we'll give a head-on competition to Philips. We have a setup, a good plan for that as well. So if I talk about revenue, ideally, just to speak a few numbers here, there'll be more than 300 crores, considering our current annual run rate and, you know, with just one single product, what we are doing today. And if you're talking about 1% equity of the company, I believe I'll give you an offer, or I'll give an offer to anyone who's watching here.
Yes,
And the
that's
offer is valid for next 10 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Which is 1.5 crores.
Okay.
That's it.
Excellent.
For next 10 minutes. The offer might change.
Yeah. Extend it for one day. I mean, just in case this live stream has to go. You know, that's really nice. It's great that you put some numbers because, you know, it's sometimes because you have a product and this product has to reach people, and unless you have a financial plan, you can't produce the product like this. So there has to be a plan. And if you have a plan, the investor says, yes, there's a guy he knows the way, he goes the way, shows the way, so I give him the money. So he can scale and so many lives can be saved because you could diagnose early. Wow, that's good. Anything else you want to add?
Just to add to that, if I talk about a plan which we have, especially in our launch plans, we're already done with around 5 product launches which are planned in next 12 months. Majority of them are in cardiac space, but we are soon launching, and we are going with the respiratory space as well, respiratory and imaging.
Okay.
So I think we'll play big there as well, because we're building the brand here. We're good with AI, we're good with analytics. I think we'll do good there
Great.
as well.
So what I can say is, if somebody met you and they didn't invest, they should have a heart attack after 3 years. Okay.
We'll save them.
Okay, you'll save them. All right, that was good. So every investor who comes to meet you, give them the device. All right, over to you.
So investors, those who invest in us, they're pretty much insured, at least with the heart attacks.
All right, thank you so much. Yes. Yes, ma'am. So you have some numbers, or you're only filing so many patents, no time to add up the numbers?
Well, you can imagine the market when Sunfox is working in the cardiac space and they have such big numbers. Every cardiac surgery needs pleural drain. And
Perfect.
that is one. Another thing is it is also for respiratory, pneumonia, cancer, and it is used in multiple cases.
Okay.
Even for a road accident, sometimes the patient may need to undergo this procedure at a trauma site even before heading to the hospital.
Perfect.
Like we all must have seen this Netflix series called Good Doctor.
Correct.
The first 10 minutes of that series is showing this procedure,
Got it.
like how important it is. So market size can definitely be imagined how it is, and we are looking to launch by first half of next year.
Okay.
And yes, we are looking to raise, like how they are looking into getting into R&D. We are also an R&D innovation, like our name suggests, unique innovations. And we want to overcome all of these iatrogenic conditions, which is improving efficiencies in the treatment what patients get. That is our mission, and we really want to get going about this.
Excellent. So there you see, unique innovations,
Sunfox.
Sunfox, yeah, Sunfox. Is there any story behind Sunfox, the name, or? I'm not able to
so
connect
break down the word sun and fox.
Okay.
Sun is bright and fox is clever.
Okay, perfect. So there's the clever fox, which is also bright. Excellent. So last thing, and then we finish because we have to close on time. Please give us your email IDs. I mean, it looks like nobody wants any money, but they're all talking about money. All right, so just share your email IDs. We are live stream, so people can reach out to you if you don't mind, or you can say info@sunfox or whatever. I don't know, but whatever email ID you can share.
Okay, my email ID is ALX, 3 letters, @azuka.life.
Excellent, azuka.life, yes.
So we have a lengthy email ID. So I would say just look us up on aisteth.com, and you have a support at aisteth.com, so you can drop in a mail.
aisteth.com. Steth.com. Okay, perfect.
Right. So you can reach me out at business@sunfox.in.
Okay, excellent. That's a very clear business email ID. business@sunfox.in. Okay, all right.
And it's harshini@unino.in.
Harshini@unino.in. Excellent. Let's give a big round of applause to these wonderful speakers. Maybe we have a group picture together, and wish you all the best for your startup journey. I'm sure in a couple of years, you will have one of the large booths here, and we wish you great success. Thank you so much, and signing off from the India booth at VivaTech in Paris. Thank you very much, and hope to see you all tomorrow at the next Startup Launchpad. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the startup team from Startup India. And we hope most of you can meet them. Are you here all the 3 days? Each of you? Yes. You'll all be here all the 3 days, and people can find them using the VivaTech app. And you just have to remember the names. If you forget the names, you can meet us at the stall and ask us. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Over to the organizers.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We connect again tomorrow now.